Good morning. Can someone talk to me so I can see if my speakers are working today?
Good morning.
Anyone? Juliet, can you say something to me?
Hi, good morning.
Try something different then? Just keep talking for a minute, Juliet. if you don't
Hi.
mind.
How's everyone today?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Can you hear us? Professor? Professor? Can you hear us? Professor?
One more time, Juliet.
Can you hear us?
No, I honestly don't see the point of why they have speakers in this classroom. Hello?
Can you hear us?
Good morning.
Working
Now, every once in a while. Here we go. Hey, someone say something?
Professor?
Oh, what a miracle. I feel like it's all the December holidays rolled into one. Thank you very much for your help, Juliet. Let me memorize this.
You're
now.
welcome.
I did. Okay, DVI inputs. All right. A mask on because our lone attender showed up. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to class 6, I believe, of REE, whatever, 5881. Hope everyone's doing well this fine Saturday morning. I see we're a little short a few people, but being as it's 8:04, we're going to get rolling. Today, we have some great stuff. So basically what we're going to do, we're going to be going through some stuff about leases we didn't finish up last week for a few minutes, and then we're going to jump into our combined session that'll take up the last 2 weeks of instruction. We'll get through as much as we can and then finish it up next week. And that's on litigation, problems, etc. Turn that on for you. You remember how to lower the thing? At least the computer is really slow. I also, as we get some more people here, we have a couple class announcements, but I think I'll wait a few minutes to let everyone show up. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Just throw a thumbs up if you can. All right, awesome. Okay. There we go. And then slideshow. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Come on. Sorry, the computer is super extra slow today. Okay, let's see here, share screen. All right, can you all see my screen? All right, okay, good morning, everyone. We're gonna get started. We're gonna finish up some last bits about leasing, and then we're gonna jump into the remainder of our course, like I said, and have a few fun announcements, which I'm sure everyone will enjoy. Okay, so we're gonna go into leasing last bits. We got through a lot of it, but I decided I wanted to just hit a couple more things to make sure you had a full knowledge and understanding of it. So we're going to start with, we'll just kind of pick up where we left off with leasing. We talked about creating leases and all that, but what we didn't talk about is options. Okay, and we're going to talk about it options not only as far as leases, but also purchase options, etc. And simply put, an option is a purchase agreement. An option to a purchase agreement would be the same thing if they're contained in a lease. Is a contract between a buyer and a seller, which gives the buyer the option, but not the obligation. That's kind of the key, to purchase some sort of property at an agreed on price prior to the maturity date of the option. Option contracts can be used for various properties, real estate, but they're also used in things like stock and everything. Can you see okay? Yeah. Yes, yeah, all this will be on Canvas eventually, okay? What you really need to understand most about options is they're contracts in their own right, okay? Meaning that while they're often parts of contracts, and there's different type of options where it can be a clause, in effect, they're kind of a standalone thing as well. So just like any other contract right, which is a property right, never be fooled. Contract rights are property rights. I mean, that's, you know, constitutional scholars, you know, and that's not me saying it. That's what the law is. They can be bought and sold just like anything else. And you see this a lot, I guess, in the stock market. But obviously, we're talking about real estate options. Now, options can be standalone, meaning you can buy an option before you have any interest in a property or a lease. And, you know, for example, well, we'll go over some examples a little later. In a lease, though, An option would be an option to purchase the property for predefined terms. Okay, so for example, if we're going to buy a property, if we're leasing a property and we may want to buy it, and you might have heard of this as lease to own, we're going to enter into a lease agreement, and then we're going to pay additional consideration, additional money to our landlord, the owner of the property, to be able to purchase the property upon set conditions. For example, within 12 months at this price. So when you see a lease option, we'll use residential just to make it easy, but the truth is it can be commercial or anything else. When you see a lease option, what you'll see is you'll actually have a lease agreement, a full standalone lease agreement. You'll have a purchase and sale agreement, a full standalone purchase and sale agreement already filled out with the price, the terms, and everything else. And then you'll have a third contract, an option agreement. Okay, this option agreement will set out the terms of the option. It'll say, again, within 12 months, as long as you're in good standing, whatever, you can have the option to purchase the property using the attached purchase contract. Okay, that's the typical way you would say it. Now, if that tenant, that lessee, exercises their option, says, okay, 9 months in, let's do it. Then the lease keeps going while the purchase contract also starts. So if that purchase contract, let's say, has 30 days to close, they still have 30 days to close. And if they don't, they can be in breach of the purchase contract, which may or may not be in breach of the option, of the lease agreement, excuse me. Okay, so the real takeaway here when you're looking at like a lease option situation is there's 3 separate agreements that are tied together, but they're also standalone. So for example, the lessee can just finish his lease, do his 12 months, decide he doesn't want to exercise his option to purchase, and then move on. Okay, understand though that the money paid for the option has nothing to do with the lease or the purchase. So let's say that Alex says, okay, well, you wanted to rent it to me for $1,000 a month, but I want an option to purchase. So I'll give you $1,100 a month. Okay, and when I exercise my option, you'll give me a credit on the purchase contract for $1,000 and sell it to me at this price. He goes through the lease, decides not to exercise his option. He doesn't get that $100 a month back. Okay, that was consideration for the option itself. Okay, and again, when I say consideration in regards to a contract, that means money. Okay, that means labor, whatever it is. And it can be other things. It could be like, let's say Kip is a roofer. I'll lease the property and I'm going to replace the roof at my cost, and I get the option to purchase the property, within 12 months. If he replaces the roof at his own cost, doesn't exercise his option, he just gets to live out his lease, and the owner gets the roof as consideration for the option itself. Because the option agreement is a standalone agreement, it can be bought and sold just like anything else. Okay, which means that you can also put a restriction in it that it can't be bought and sold, mind you, just like anything else. But if there's no restriction in it, and Alec is renting that property, and Araxi wants to buy it, he could assign his option to Araxi and get paid for it. That's actually a commodity, if you will, that can be traded. So they're very, very flexible, and they can be very good for a lot of reasons. For the owner, you're getting a tenant in there. You're typically going to get a little bit more than market rent because you're getting this additional consideration. And you got a set price. So if the property goes up, the value, okay. But if it goes down, that's the price you're going to get. For the lessee, it can be good because, they can work on improving the credit. They can fix up the house that they may own later with the knowledge that if they don't exercise their option, then they lose out on that. Make sense? Does anyone have any questions on this aspect of it? Because before we move on, this aspect of it is very, very important that you understand that it's 3 separate agreements. Okay, good. And you may have to speak up because when I do PowerPoints, I can't see all of you at once. Okay, so what you also have to understand is that what option you're exercising for, like in this case, the purchase agreement, those terms generally have to be sufficiently defined. So again, that's why you'll see a lease agreement, an option agreement, and a filled out purchase and sale agreement for the property. And what happens is when the option is exercised, in other words, when the tenant says, okay, I'm going to use the option, the agreement that's kind of sitting there waiting becomes active, and you have to use it. Typical kind of option you'll see in your a real estate development career are lease options, obviously. And the one thing you can do with it that you do see sometimes, I mean, you can do like anything else, as long as it's not illegal or immoral to the point where it's illegal, you know, you can create all sorts of terms as long as they're not abusive. And on that note, I want to express a term to you that I may have used or I may use, but more likely you will eventually hear in your real estate development career is adhesive. Okay, this is kind of like I'm going on a tangent here for a minute. An adhesive contract is so one-sided that it may not be enforceable. Okay, and an example of an adhesive contract that is enforceable, like I said, may not. But what some people would consider an adhesive contract is like if you go to buy a property from Lennar or something. Okay, you got these developer contracts, you walk in, there's really no negotiating. You know, yeah, you can negotiate a little bit, but it's take it or leave. Now, those aren't technically adhesive, but they're kind of a good example because they're incredibly one-sided. Okay, but if it goes too far, and it would have to obviously be further than that, they can actually become not enforceable. Okay, so adhesive contracts, you can't, and that, you'll hear that term. If people don't say abusive, I mean, I guess people do, but lawyers don't say abusive contracts, they say adhesive. And there's a difference. Adhesive is even worse than abusive because it's not, it's so bad, it's not even a enforceable contract. But anyway, these options for the purchase, it typically is for a fixed price, but it doesn't have to be. So you can agree that, okay, you know what, you can purchase it at what an appraiser says, or the average of 3 appraisers. You'll see that sometimes in commercial properties. They get like a 3-year option to purchase. The purchase price would be, meaning that they have 3 years to exercise, would be the average of 3 licensed appraisers, one chosen by the, tenant, one chosen by the owner, and then if they disagree, one chosen by a third party. So you'll see that quite often, and that's what we call an adjusting price, and it's kind of a hedge. Now, you also, another type of option that you'll see is an option to renew your lease, okay, or extend your lease. And I use those 2 words on purpose because renewing your lease and extending your lease are 2 different things. Renewing your lease is basically starting over with a new lease, but having the right to do so. Whereas extending the lease takes the current lease and just extends the end date. And with these options, you're more likely, you're more likely to see adjusting pricing, and the pricing may adjust, like it goes up 4% each month, each year, or each when you exercise your option, it goes up 4%, or it goes up based on, the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, or whatever else. So that's what you'll typically see with that. So usually when people think of options, they think of leases because, oh, it's my option to extend. It's not my option for, I'm leasing for 5 years with an option for 2 more. And that's what people typically think of. But in truth, you can have an option for everything. And you can also have standalone options where you're not the tenant. You go to your neighbor and say, listen, I know you don't want to sell now, but from year 3 to year 5 from now, if I give you 10 grand now, you'll give me the option to purchase it. Or you'll give me the option to purchase it at this price at the end of 5 years from now. Not before, but like within, at 5-year anniversary, whatever. And those can be options as well. And those options, and they really are options, we'll discuss in a minute, can take other forms that are more limited. And actually, we'll jump to that. One type of option, and really is an option if you think about it, though, part of the agreement, is the right of first refusal. Does anyone know what a right of first refusal is? Good time to get those class participation points at Kip.
You got dibs.
Say again?
Go ahead.
But yeah, like Alex said, it's like you have dibs. If it becomes available, they have to come to you first and say, "Do you want it?" Otherwise, I'm going on to the next guy.
I like it. You got dibs. Yeah, I like it. That's a good way of putting it. So I'll get a good
Legal term.
Yeah, it's a good, I'll tell you, it's funny, but you'll say that in court. Like, Your Honor, they had dibs, because, people are people. So yeah, it's true. So basically a right of first refusal means that you have the right, if it's sold, to stand in the new purchaser's shoes. Okay, and typically what happens is the owner of the property has to get an acceptable offer to the owner from a third party. And then the person with this right of first refusal, it could be the developer, it could be the condo association and its members, it could be the person who sold it to this person, has the right to say, okay, you know what, I will stand in the shoes of that buyer with identical terms, and you sell to me instead. And they exercise their right of first refusal. If it happens, so let's say, Dominic is selling a property to Max, and Natalie has the right of first refusal. So they come to an agreement, 100 grand, and she says, you know what, I like that price, I'm gonna buy it. Max is out of the picture, and now she buys the property. And that's just it, it's that simple. And there's nothing Max can do about it, frankly. Typically, a right of first refusal works off of identical terms. However, it can be negotiated or part of the agreement for the right of first refusal that the terms differ. So for example, you could have a tenant, and if the building owner decides to sell the property, the tenant has the right of first refusal, but they get to stand in the shoes for up to 5% less than what the other person was offering. Because, maybe they don't have to pay their realtors or whatever. So it makes sense for them to be able to do that. And that's okay too. Okay. And you can also have a right of first refusal that works in identical terms or only price. So, for example, if you have a person who's selling a property and someone has a right of first refusal, it's only price. Maybe this first contract is 30 days. The second person jumps in at 60 days to close, because that's what was agreed on. And again, these are contractual rights, meaning that this is what the people agreed to do, which in this case, you'd have the option E is the person with the right of first refusal, and you have the owner, and they had an agreement. Now, often these agreements, you see them an awful lot in condos and co-ops. And what'll happen then is if you own, let's say George owns a property in a co-op or a condo, just to make it easier, and the association and its members have the right of first refusal. So George finds someone who he wants to sell it to for $150,000. The association looks and goes, you know what? That's a pretty good price. We want to buy it first. And then they would offer it based on their own rules to their members to buy it out instead of whoever George was going to sell it to. And that's very, very common in condominiums. And it's used for a couple of reasons. Number one, the real reason I think it's used most is to maintain the type and quality of person. I'm not saying this is okay. I'm just saying it's reality that owns in that building. So, these levers, this right of first refusal by an association is often used to keep out the riffraff, right? We don't, want, a company owning. We don't want this person owning. I've seen it, and I was involved in a case where the condo had a right of first refusal, and it was a case where a developer was trying to buy up units in the condo. It was a commercial condo in this case, in order, I think, to convert it over, because if you own enough units, you can terminate a condo and convert it to a building, and they didn't want that to happen. So when he went to buy like the third one, the board said, no, we're exercising, and one of the members stepped up and bought it as a blocking move from this adverse takeover of the condo. So it really is a protection in that case for the condo. Now, tenants will often want a right of first refusal, because if you think about it, for example, I have a client that is, he rents a property with a standalone building. It's a restaurant. He's poured his, blood, sweat, and tears into that restaurant. If the owner ever goes to sell it, he wants the right of first refusal, so he can be the one who buys it, because that's where his restaurant is. And he doesn't want when his lease expires to have to be kicked out or whatever. Any questions on right of first refusal?
Quick question. The right of first refusal, and it's in a sense, it's kind of like an option, right?
In a sense, it's kind of like an option, yes.
Okay.
You don't have to do it. And that's one of the keys with options. It gives you a right, but not an obligation. And as a matter of fact, if you take away two things from options, it's that it's a standalone agreement typically. In other words, it's separate and aside from the other agreement, even though it may be encompassed in it. It's kind of separate from what you're doing. And you have the right, the option E has the right, but not the obligation. The optionor, of course, has the obligation and not the right. So it's one-sided, okay? And it has to be, the third thing, I guess, would be it has to be supported by consideration. So if it's an option to purchase, there's a separate option price you don't get back. It's part of a lease. The lease itself, the rent may be the option, the consideration, excuse me. Yes?
Is the right of first refusal solely related to purchase, or is it also related to differentiation approval of the contract?
No, right of first refusal in the context. The question was right of first refusal solely related to the purchase, or could it be also the approval? The approval is a separate thing. The association, if they have the right of approval, could not approve somebody, but also not have to buy it. However, in certain associations, if you don't approve somebody, you have to buy it. So, that's, again, these are there's so many permutations of these because it's made up by people by agreement. So in many associations, you bring a buyer for $150,000 and the association, we don't like this buyer. The seller can say, great, now you have to buy it. Now the association must buy the property. Okay, which is a little different than a right of first refusal, but in effect, it's an enforced right of first refusal. And then typically in those condominiums, if the association doesn't buy it, then the original offerer, the person that was originally trying to buy it, is deemed approved. So they have a choice, approve or buy. And you'll see that in not a lot of condos, but you'll see that in some condos. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Okay, now because an option is a right and not an obligation, it has to be exercised. And exercise doesn't mean what I don't do, go to the gym. It means that you just kind of say, I'm doing it. I'm raising my hand. I'm exercising my option. The option agreement, okay, whether it's a clause in a contract or a standalone document, will discuss how this is done, how to exercise, when to exercise. So the option must be exercised in writing at least 30 days prior to X. Okay. What is the big deal about being a little late? Well, again, if we go back to contracts, can anyone remember about timing? What clause we often find in contracts?
Time is of the essence.
Perfect. Time is of the essence. That's 100% right. So if time is of the essence, generally, and please understand what law, everything is 95%. You can always find a case that has an exception. But when time is of the essence, it means the option has to be exercised by date certain, or it's deemed not exercised. And even if it means that the optionee is losing, the consideration for the option, he didn't exercise it. So too bad, so sad. And you'll see this a lot with lease renewals or extensions, where it says 90 days prior to the expiration, 6 months prior to the expiration. You'll also see it in like service contracts. If you ever buy a photocopier or a stamp machine, they'll put something in there like, if you don't cancel, if you don't tell us within 90 days prior to the end of this agreement, it's automatically renewed with a 10% rate increase. And that's almost like a trap, but if you will, you agree to it. So there you go. Options usually have a clause in there that you can only exercise your option if you're not in default. So, if you're 3 months behind on your rent, you're not going to be able to exercise your option if that's what's in there, which it typically is. So typically, when you have a lease option, you're going to see that the tenant has to be in good standing. in order to exercise their option. So it's not that simple. And this is one of the dangers, if you have a lease option, you sell it to a third party. Then again, it's kind of like that life estate for someone else. That the tenant still needs to be in good standing in order for the third party they sold it to be able to exercise that option. So that's pretty important. Then you'll typically see in the options, whether it's no defaults through the entire lease or no defaults at the time of exercise. Okay, meaning that, okay, you were behind last year, but you caught up and right now you're good, so you can exercise. Or you were in default at all, period, during your lease once, so now you lose your option. And one of the things you'll typically see is what they call chronic monetary defaults. And typically it'll say something like, if you're more than 10 days late paying your rent over the course of 24 months, you lose your right to option. So that's called a chronic monetary default. One of the places where you'll see options that's kind of unexpected, but I think it's kind of cool, is if you remember, we talked about personal guarantees with leases. So often you'll see a sort of option where it says, if your personal guarantee, but if you make your first 24 months rent on time, then there's no more personal guarantee. So it's kind of, like you had good behavior, so you get out of jail free card, right? Like you get out on parole. So you have this 5-year lease with a personal guarantee. You make your first 24 payments on time, and therefore there's no more personal guarantee. If you then, violate the terms of the lease and and the tenant gets kicked out, the owner of that tenant's business wouldn't be held personally liable. You often see this, and I often try to negotiate it for new business tenants, where they're concerned a lot of new businesses fail within the first year. The landlord's obviously concerned, but then again, the tenant doesn't want to be, hey, look, I'm taking a 10-year lease. I don't want to be on the hook for all 10 years. If I make it to year 3, chances are you can count on the fact that I'm gonna, be okay. And so it's a negotiating thing. And I had a pretty strenuous litigation a couple of years ago that seemed to go on forever over this issue, is that they had in this lease that if the tenant made the payments on time for the first 15 months, then they get out of the personal guarantee. They made it like 3 years and then they defaulted. And we ended up representing the landlord. We ended up having to take to court to enforce the lease. Of course, the business that defaulted was defunct. So there was no one to go after. The only way to get the money that the landlord was owed was to go after the personal guarantor. So we did. And the reason we did is because rent was due on the 1st. They had a habit of paying it within the grace period, in this case, before the 10th. And the grace period is not on time. It just means there's no late fee. So that, it took a little bit to convince the judge of that, but we did. So, for example, when you pay your mortgage and you have a 15-day grace period, if you paid on the 6th instead of the 1st, you're late. You've broken your promise to pay by the 1st. There's just no late fee penalty for it until the 15th. So in this case, because they were paid, a week late every month, we were able to hook them on the personal guarantee. They didn't exercise their option, if you will.
Yeah. Professor, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So I trade a lot of stock options, right? So you rarely ever execute an option, right? You don't really want to own it. You just want to flip it. Can you flip this type of options? You have an option to real estate and in a sense, sell it to someone else?
You can. You can as long as the option is not personal to you. In other words, in the option agreement itself, it'll often say it's not assignable. So as long as it does, same thing, you can do that with a purchase contract. If you have an assignable purchase contract, and this is something that, I want everyone to understand, because it's actually very common in your world, is let's say that Alec is selling a property to Kip. And I keep picking on these guys because that's who's showing on my screen right now. Alec is selling a property to Kip, and it's an assignable contract the way they did it. Araxley comes along and says, hey, look, I want to buy this property, but Alec already has a really good deal going to buy it. So he goes up to Alex and said, hey, I want to buy your contract. He's like, Alex, like, what? I'll give you 10 grand, sign over your contract. So Alex signs over the contract. Araxi gives him 10 grand, and now Araxi is the buyer and Kip is still the seller. Now, if Araxi changes his mind or, decides, finally hits it big and runs to Hollywood to pursue his movie career, they found him finally. And so he doesn't finish the contract. Kip would still get the liquidated damages because the deposit would come over with the contract. But Alec doesn't have to give the money back. That 10 grand was for selling the contract. It has nothing to do whether or not Araxi eventually performs on the contract. He got his 10 grand, he's out. So he actually made money from selling the contract. Whereas Kip is going to make money from selling the property, and Araxi is going to make money for being a movie star. So everyone wins at the end, and they all live happily ever after. So it all worked out. So that makes sense. And I'll tell you, this is a very, very common theme in low-end real estate investing. And I'm not being mean to people who do flips, but it's compared to like building a condominium building, which is high-end, high-dollar investing. It's a low end. You go and you try to find a seller who can sell you at a very favorable price. And then you go and you have no intention to close. You just want to sell the contract. Okay. And that's, you can. And a lot of these turn into the bad kind of flip where you kind of hide it from everyone. And that's why flips kind of get a bad name. But flips done right, where it's all discreet, are fine. Now, technically, when you do a flip, it's A sells to B and then B immediately sells to C. So it's A to B and then B to C. So A buys it, A sells it to B for $100,000. B turns around 1 minute later, sells it to C for $120,000. That's what you're going to typically hear about as a flip. But it doesn't have to be that way. B and C can make an agreement where C just pays B some money, and now A just sells it directly to C. Okay, either way, A is still getting the same money they thought they got, but frankly, it's cleaner if you go straight A to C with an assignment fee. Yes, Alex.
Does the timeline restart potentially after the sale of the contract?
No, absolutely not. Not unless it's indicated in the contract that it would, which I've never seen. So I keep saying that with contracts. So I really want you to understand that contracts are very negotiable. All the terms, but no, that's the point. It's kind of like an option on the stock. I don't know a lot about stocks. It's just not my thing.
Yeah, your theta burns and your value goes down as you approach the closing date or whatever. But
and if it closes, you're out the money.
Correct, right?
Because you didn't buy the stock, you bought the option to buy the stock.
Yeah, you just lost your deposit.
That's a direct thing. And just a good thing, if I ever tell you to buy a stock, don't buy a competitor. You'll do much better. That's just kind of how I deal with stocks. So whatever I think is the right way to do it is going to probably go to business. And I've done that on purpose, like Steinmark bought it like a year ago, and look what happened. That's a meme because I love Steinmark. I love Steinmark. I'm so sad. Okay, so I got a lot of great polos, like everyone else. That's kind of, who didn't? If you're living down here at least, I don't know what it's like on the West Coast. When they went out, everyone was in there buying polos. Because they were like $3, for a $30 polo. Anyway, the right of first offer. Okay, this is kind of the opposite, if you will, or a twist on the right of first refusal. And the right of first offer is when you buy the right to make an offer, the first offer, when the seller decides to sell, when the owner decides to sell. Now that offer can be rejected, but they're at least going to tell you and give you the chance, and they have to. Okay, because it's a contractual right. Usually we'll see this like when a space becomes available. So a developer is thinking about building like a strip mall, whatever, and he's going to rent them out. A company may come in and say, hey, look, we really love this location. We're going to give you, 10 grand. When it comes available, we have first dibs, if you will, on the anchor unit. Okay, it's not predefined terms, right? But it's a right. Now, it can be predefined terms. So you can say, when this property goes to sale, I have the right to buy it for 100 grand. But what you'll usually see is I have the right to make the first offer at market terms. So the difference with a right of first offer versus a right of first refusal, in a right of first refusal, there has to be a buyer in place. A right of first offer, there isn't a buyer in place. You just get the opportunity first. So you don't stand in the shoes of the existing buyer. You just are the existing buyer. You have, in other words, first chance to buy. And it really should be the right of first, it says right of first offer, but if that offer is to the terms that were agreed on, then the seller can't say no. That makes sense? I want to make sure everyone understands it. I'm not sure I explained it well. So let me try again. Okay, so I'm not seeing the connection in between your faces. Okay, so when you have a right of first refusal, A is selling to B, and B and C has the right of first refusal. So A finds B, or they find each other. B makes a contract offer to buy the property. A now has to take that offer, show it to C and say, hey, do you want to take over this contract for B? If C says yes, then C gets to buy the property with that contract instead of B. That's a right of first refusal. A right of first offer is A and B make an agreement and pay consideration saying, if you decide to sell this property, I get to buy it if I want at market terms, or I get to buy it if I want at $100,000. So there's no middleman involved. So if the owner just wants to own it forever, sure, no problem. But if the owner ever decides to sell it, then this person gets the right of first offer. They get to say that, in other words, in order to, let's say that Juliet owns a property and Kip has the right of first offer. Juliet decides, I want to sell this property. Okay, she has to go to Kip and say, okay, guess what? I decided to put the property in the market. Before I do you want to buy it for the 100 grand we agreed upon? If Kip says yes, deal done, and they move forward. If Kip says no, she can then go hire a realtor and sell. Now, with the right of first refusal, let's say Juliet was selling the property, she puts it on the MLS. Alec comes along and says, I'll buy it for 100 grand. Now they both have now to go to Kip and say, hey, do you want to stand in Alec's shoes in order to you be the buyer? And Kip can say yes or no. If Kip says no, then Alec buys it. If Kip says yes, then he buys it. So with a right of first offer, there's no initial purchaser that you have to replace with the optionee. The optionee just gets first shot, period. Does that make more sense that way? Anyone have any questions on that?
Sir, I totally understand the right of first offer. That's pretty much just getting a sale before, or getting a promise to sell before, or promise to buy before the actual sale. But I don't quite understand the right of first refusal. Can you explain that again? I'm just in kind of like terms.
I can and I will. So a right of first refusal is where a third party buys the right to replace a contract buyer if and when the seller eventually decides to sell. So a perfect example of this.
So it's like a wholesale deal without the deal being in place yet?
No, that's more like no, it's more used for protection.
Okay.
It's more used for like I mean, yeah, I guess you can do that if you would, but that's really more of if you will, a right of first offer. Because, you know, if I get a deal in place, you can buy the option, you can buy the deal. This would be more like a condo association saying, you know, if you decide to, if you as one of the unit owners decide to sell the property and you get a buyer, so you're getting the price you want, the terms you want, we, the association, can step in and buy the property for those same terms instead of you selling it to this buyer. So the owner still gets the money the owner was going to get, it's just with a different buyer. That's a right of first refusal.
Okay, but is that automatic? Because like you said, this is in a condo situation, or is that something that
the reason why it's in a condo situation, it's not automatic, it's written into the declaration of condominium, which is the agreement between the condominium association and the unit owners. So it's contractual.
Gotcha.
So, understand with condominiums and homeowners associations, the reason why you have to obey all those rules is for no other reason than you agreed to. You entered, when you bought the property, you entered a contract with the association to follow the rules. It's not like force of law, like a speeding ticket, the cops come, it's contractual. So when your condo association sues you for breaking the rules, they're suing you under contract theory. Okay, there's also statutes backing it up and whatnot. But that more really restricts what a condo association and a unit owner can agree to, but it's the agreements that you enforce. So for example, in the condominium declarations, they often have the right that if you don't pay your assessments, your monthly maintenance dues, they can foreclose your property in order to get paid. That's contractual, just like with a mortgage. They're contractual. It's not illegal. It's only a legal right because the parties agreed to it. It's not like a criminal law where theft is illegal. So it's the same thing with rights of first refusal. They have to be granted. They're not implied or implicit. So if you never agreed for a right of first refusal, right of first offer, it's not anything you ever have to deal with.
Gotcha.
However, just like Alec making his millions on GameStop, it can be a very valid investing tool. And that GameStop thing, I'll tell you, my kid is both of them now are really into games, my teenagers. And I went there to GameStop like 6-8 months ago going, with the pandemic and everything, I should buy some of the stock. I didn't, of course, because if I did, they would have went out of business. I didn't, but I thought about it. And, I really kind of, but then I have my curse. So I decided, the kids like going there, so I don't want to put them out of business. But, hindsight. Oftentimes you'll see a right of first offer when it's like when space is available. So you're renting bay number 7 for your restaurant, and you may want to expand. So you make an agreement with the strip mall owner. Hey, if 8 or 6 becomes available, I get the first offer shot. So someone in 8 moves out, you get to go make the first offer to rent it from the landlord. Yes.
How do you enforce the right of first offer?
You enforce the right of first offer the same way that you enforce anything else. Sue the bastards. And there's a very famous little clay figurine that's in every lawyer's office. It's just kind of like an old lady going, sue the bastards on the bottom. So one of my clients gave it, or several of my clients have given me those. So excuse the language, just kind of a funny term. So yeah, that's how you enforce all of this. It's not, you don't call the police, you sue them. Okay, or threaten to sue, because it's a contractual right, the same way you would enforce any contract.
Professor,
Yes.
I have a question. So in the instance that you just used the example with the condo association being the third party that'd be buying it from the seller, was that in my initial contract when I purchased? If they're the third party, like how does that start?
Yes, it starts with the condominium declaration that's created and recorded in the public records before anyone buys in the development. Okay.
So you know that going into it, that if I want to sell my condo, that right then and there, the condo association has the option to buy it from me instead of me like putting it on the market?
Yes, you would know that if you read your declaration, yes.
Okay.
So yeah, yes, it's in place. Now I say, I want to be clear. I say it's in place before anyone buys, but if your condominium takes a vote and decides to change it, then it can be enforced against you or the next person.
Okay.
A little weird twist of the law on that. If you voted for it, it's enforced against you. If you didn't vote for it, it's not enforced against you, it's enforced against the person who buys from you, your grandfather, so to speak. But that's not going to be in the test. I just think it's interesting. But the part you need to understand is the reason why the right of first refusal, right of first offer, whatever, is because you agreed to it. And everyone needs to understand, really just in the world we live in, that when you buy in an association that's deed restricted, meaning a homeowners association, a condo association, etc., you have to abide by those rules, because by buying, you're agreeing to it. okay? And there's a legal concept called novation. And I actually have a case pending before the Florida Supreme Court on this issue. There's a legal concept called novation that says if you have a contract between A to B, and then A gets replaced by C, so now it's between B and C, that contract starts over for enforcement purposes, not for the deadlines, because we went over that, you know, not for the deadlines, but for the laws that are in place. Okay, it's considered a new contract, a novation, novation, new. Okay, and when I say that, here's like a crux. So before, again, it's a real life example. This is the case I'm talking about. It's pending before the Supreme Court. Before, I think 1968, you could have clauses in contracts that say, you know, Gary's selling the property to Juliet. If Juliet breaches, she can't get prevailing party attorney's fees. But if I breach, you know, or whatever, if Juliet wins, she doesn't get attorney's fees paid. If Gary wins, he does. Okay, or you can even have in there saying, you know, if Juliet and Gary are in a contract, no matter what, I always have to pay Juliet's attorney's fee, win or lose. Now, after 1968, exactly, she likes that. Head I win, tails you lose. After, I think it was 1968 or thereabouts, the statute came out saying, look, if there's an attorney's fees clause in a contract, no matter what it says, the winning party gets paid. The losing party has to pay the winning party. Okay, so we had a case. So in every contract formed after that every contract formed after that statute went into effect was under this new rule. So even if, you know, Cho and I had a contract and Cho's like, look, heads you win, tails I lose, you got to reimburse me for my attorney's fees, win or lose. The statute says, nope, doesn't work that way. That acts as if it's prevailing party, meaning the winner gets paid. Then that's what it is, despite what we agreed to. But had we entered that same contract a year earlier, it would have worked had I win, tails you lose, right? But the law changed. So these very old association declarations, or in this case, a rec lease, said that, like, if you sue the association, win or lose, you got to pay their attorney's fees. And some of these predated this law. As people bought the property, they stood in the shoes and they got novated into that agreement with the association. And when they did, the date of the start of their agreement jumped up to the current date. So if you bought it in 1980, the law in effect at 1980 is what you interpreted the contract by. Right? That's why the novation idea is very important. So we're going on a bit of a tangent here, but the idea is when you buy in a deed restricted community, you're agreeing to obey the rules that were originally set forth, because you're kind of renewing and, if you will, accepting that agreement as your own. But the legal concept of novation. Sorry, that was a bit of a tangent, but you know, in Broward County now, that concept's in question. In the other counties, it's very clear, and that's why it's before the Supreme Court.
So, question,
yes.
Professor,
Mhm.
are there, just out of curiosity, are there any contracts where it includes both of these, the right of refusal and the right of first offer?
I've never seen one, but there could be. And the reason I never seen one is because, you know, with the right of first refusal, you have to have that first offer from someone else before you can exercise. But you very easily could have a right of first refusal and a right of first offer. So let's say I have just to make it simple, a condo in an association has right of first refusal, and then I give Dominic the right of first offer. When I decide I want to sell it, before I put it on the MLS, I got to go to Dominic and say, hey, you want to buy it? If he says no, I can then go on the MLS and sell it. And then my association has the right of first refusal. If he said, yes, I do want to buy it, my association would still have the right of first refusal. I've never actually seen that, but it certainly could be. Because as long as it's different people. But I couldn't give Dominic both the right of first refusal and the right of first offer. I mean, I guess technically I could, but it'd be kind of ridiculous. You know, no, I don't want to buy it, but when you get an offer, I want to buy it for that. You know, but what I have seen
Okay.
is a right of first refusal based on a price. Like you have the right of first refusal on any option, anytime I try to sell it to somebody for under 200 grand. I have seen those. So if they sell it for more, you're kind of setting a floor. And where you see those is from real estate developers, like large, when they build out a whole community. I've seen it where they say, if in the next 12 months you sell it for, you know, more than 10% of what you bought it for, we have a right of first refusal, or we have a right of first offer, but to buy it for 10% more, or to buy it at what you paid for it even. And it's a way for a developer to protect against flippers. Does that answer your question in a confusing way?
Yes, yes.
Good.
Yes.
It's my job to confuse. All right. This stuff is confusing, but boiling it down to its simplest, you know, when your takeaways from this are just boiled down to the simplest, right? A first refusal, right? A first offer, option contracts, lease to option and option. And you can, those are separate agreements that can be bought and sold on their own. Okay, that's it for the lease segment. Before we move on from last week to this week, any questions on leases? Any questions on what we just went through? Awesome. All right, let me bring up the next PowerPoint. Because that is what I do. This is where it gets fun. So all that stuff is really hard and whatnot. This part is more fun when things go bad. And the reason it's more fun is it's a little more exciting. I mean, it's not fun, but it's a little more exciting. It's a little easier to relate to because it's more real life. And having taught this before, I know that this is a lot better for most people. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you guys see that? All right, so for the remainder of your learning dollars, we're gonna go over when things go bad. Default litigation, remedies and alternatives. Okay, very straightforward when things go bad. Okay, the first part we're gonna discuss is foreclosure. Okay, before we get into discussing it, can I get a volunteer to tell me what foreclosure is? I need a volunteer.
If a borrower doesn't pay their mortgage, the bank takes over.
Okay, it's a very simplified version of it, but I like it. You know, if you don't pay, you don't stay. So what a foreclosure is, it has to do with a mortgage typically, whether it's a real property mortgage or even if we discussed a chattel mortgage. And it says that if under certain conditions, such as they don't pay, or it could also be they take really bad care of the property to the point where it's losing value, the lender has the right to step in, foreclose out the interests of everyone in the chain of title junior to them, have the property sold on account. In other words, in order to get repaid for their loan. If the loan is for 100 grand and it gets sold for 200 grand, the old owner, or the ex-owner of the property gets that extra money back, as long as there's no junior lien holder. But that's the very, very basic foreclosure. Everyone get that? We have to all start with the same place. Does anyone have any questions about, in its most basic sense, what foreclosure is? Now is really the time. So if you don't get that, none of the rest of it's going to make sense. All right. Okay, good. So to make things simple, we're just going to talk about residential foreclosures from a loan. We'll go on some little tangents about some other ideas, but it's just simplest. Now, please understand, whenever I go over something for residential, the reason I'm doing it for residential is because it just simplifies the concepts, but the same things apply to commercial. Okay, big or small. This could be, $100 million loan on an office tower, or it could be a $50,000 concept. Most of these basics work exactly the same, and I'll draw your attention to differences. So understand, when I'm talking about the house, I'm also talking about the commercial building. The first alternative to foreclosure is a lender lets a borrower pay less than the full amount of the mortgage payments or skip a few payments, as long as there's a reasonable plan to become current. To earn those classroom participation points, I'd like someone to explain why a lender may want to do this instead of just going straight to foreclosure.
It might be cheaper than refinancing.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to do it. It's a good answer. At the end of the day, the lender would do this because it's more financially advantageous to them than going through the foreclosure process and reselling the property or having it sold. That can be time consuming and expensive. And, we'll go over some other bad things that can happen from foreclosure for the lender. But at the end of the day, this again goes back to the golden rule. In this case, it's not the one who with the gold makes the rules. It's the one, the people want to keep as much gold in their pocket. So, and that's the rule, right? So it's not always about making money when you're in business, when you're an investor, when you're a lender. Sometimes it's about losing the least amount of money, right? So sometimes you got to lose a little money. And the question becomes, do we want to lose a little money or do we want to lose a lot of money? So that's where these alternatives for the lender come in to play. I call it loss, it's called loss mitigation. And I always try to explain to potential clients that, look, it's not about you getting ahead. It's just about making sure you don't lose that bad. Because you're going to lose. It's just, what are you going to lose? And sometimes, it's acceptable. You can take an acceptable loss, move on to the next deal, rather than losing a lot. Don't throw good money after bad. One of the concepts that I believe you've probably covered in another course, but if not, it's really important to know. It's an economic concept in investing. It's called the fallacy of sunken cost. And the way your grandmother said it was, don't throw good money after bad. And what happens is psychologically, when you make an investment, you become, invested in it, emotionally invested in it. Like I decided I'm going to buy, Facebook or whatever, Blockbuster Video. So it had to be a good decision because I'm very smart and I decided. So as that investment starts going down, you go, no, I'm going to buy more of it. I'm going to double down because it's going to work. It's got to be. And your emotions get on the way and you start feeling this sunken cost. I spent the money. So you throw more and more money after it to try to save the money you already spent, and you end up losing 3 times as much. Whereas if on the first sign of you losing out, you just would have been like, screw it, I'm selling. You only would have lost a little bit. And you see this so often. You see it with purchases. Anyone who's been a realtor has had this happen or seen this happen, where you get a seller gets involved with a buyer. You go through the 30 days and they're like, oh, my financing's so close, I need an extension. And the seller goes, oh, man, I've already spent 30 days, what's another 10? And then another 10 turns into 2 more 10s. And then another 15. And before you know it, you're 90 days out. And if on that 30 mark, you just would have said, look, you didn't get your loan, you could have found another buyer for 30 and sold it a month. And that's the fallacy of sunken cost. You feel invested by the money you've already spent. So you double down on it. Forbearance and some of these other loss alternatives are ways to combat that. In this case, the lender's like, well, I'm going to make sure they pay me everything even if it costs me more. That doesn't make any sense. If you can let the person catch up and skip a payment or two and the loan still stays in place, you don't have to re-originate it, all the better. If you have a tenant that, misses a month's rent, they can have forbearances too. And you go, okay, you know what? Pay me an extra $100 a month over the next year, or don't worry about it. I'll let you go on this 1 month. It's better than having the place empty for 2 months and then having to pay a 3rd month for the realtor to find a tenant after you foreclosed them and they dumped cement powder down your toilet and it's flush. Okay, people do that. Yes, they do. And if you're in real estate investing long enough, you will have someone dump cement powder in the toilet and it's flush. Very expensive to fix. Okay, so that's the whole idea of these is loss mitigation, losing the least possible. Forbearance is one method. Reinstatement is another. Now, reinstatement, if you will, is a right in Florida, meaning that until a foreclosure is complete, the borrower has the right to reinstate their loan. And what that is, reinstate is very simple. If the borrower or the homeowner can ever make all of the payments to bring the loan current, late fees, attorney fees, etc., all of it, then they get this, they go back to where they were and they keep going as if nothing happened. So, you know, I get in the loan, I get in a little bit of problem. You know, I missed 12 payments, right? So I'm behind. The lender sues me for foreclosure. And then, you know, I decide, okay, real estate didn't work out. I'm going to do personal injury. I win a multi-million-dollar settlement. Wouldn't that be nice? I go to the bank and say, look, here's my 12 payments plus all the late fees. And I'm back in good standing as if nothing happened. Okay, that's a right in Florida, and it's a right under most mortgages to reinstate. That right gets cut off when you lose the lawsuit. Okay, but you always have that right. It just can be very expensive. And obviously, if someone financially is unable to do it, then chances are they're not going to be able to reinstate if they can't make the payments. A repayment plan is similar to a reinstatement, but also similar to a forbearance, kind of a mix. In a repayment plan, there is no forgiveness like there would be in a forbearance. You're just giving them a set schedule and additional time to reinstate. And while they're in this repayment plan, you're not going to pursue foreclosure. You're not going to charge additional late fees. You're just giving them a chance to catch up a little at a time. Okay, and that's a repayment plan. It's like a hybrid of a forbearance and a reinstatement. A home loan modification, which we'll go into in a little more detail as we will with short sales, is an agreement between you and your lender to permanently adjust the terms of your mortgage and note. So an example of a home loan modification, or really it could be a commercial loan modification again, would be, you know, that, you know, Alexandre owes me 100 grand at 6% interest. Okay, we agree that he now only owes me 100 grand at 5%. We modified the terms permanently. So going forward, it would just be 5%. It's really that simple. This obviously has to be done in writing and typically recorded in the public records, though not always. Make sense? Everyone understand that one? Okay, good. A short sale is when your lender agrees to accept less than the full amount they owed to let you out of the mortgage. So the mortgage is for $550, the property is only worth $5. The lender says, okay, give me $500 and I will release the mortgage. Mind you, they may or may not release the remainder of the note. So you may still owe the lender the 50 grand in this instance, or you may not. It depends on what you agree with. Okay, remember the mortgage is separate from the note. Okay, and I don't know if I go over it on another slide or not, but there's another thing that you can also see called the short refinance. It's where a property is under collateralized and a lender just wants out. So they agree that, look, you can pay me off for the 500 instead of the 550, but they don't care if you sell it or not. You know, whether you got a new lender, whether you came out of pocket, they don't care. They just want out and they're willing to take a little less. That's called a short refinance. The difference being in one case, they have to be sold, in another case, the property. Now, when you're dealing with loans, and again, this isn't really commercial, so, but I did want to share this because you guys are real estate investors dealing, you know, in a property investor class or property development class. So you talk about, and I'm going to oversimplify these. So those of you in the mortgage industry, you can correct me if you want. I'm totally okay, but understand I'm purposely oversimplifying. A front end, there's something called a debt to income ratio. And it's very simple. It's how much you owe in payments versus how much you make. There's front end ratios and back end ratios. Typically for mortgage financing for homeowners, you want the front end ratio to be about 30%. Now, again, different lenders, different ratios. I get it. I'm generalizing. Okay. So if Steve and Martha monthly income is $3,800 and their total housing expense, and that's all we're looking at on front housing expense, that's the loan's principal, interest, tax, and insurance, is $1,200. You do the math, that works out in 31.5. Martha and Steve have a higher front end debt to income ratio, and they won't get the loan for that amount. Front end ratio is one of the two numbers you use to determine how much loan somebody can afford. Now, this is also important as investors. You know, if you're going to do private, your own like seller held mortgage or whatever else, you have to look at how much someone makes and make sure that they're going to be able to pay you. So the banks in their wisdom of not losing more money than they have determined that a front end, let's say, should be 30%, and they're not going to lend to you if it's not. It's very simple. The key takeaway is in this ratio, the front end, you're just looking at PITI, principal, interest, tax, and insurance, to determine the ratio. There's also something called the back end ratio. Okay, in this case, same scenario. Martha and Steve's monthly income still $3,800. Their monthly expenses, and now this isn't just their debt to income, it's the housing, the PITI, plus their car payment, credit cards, all of their reoccurring debt is $1,750 in this case. In this case, the $1,750 divided into $3,800 worked out 46%, and the lender had a back end debt to income of, in this case, 45%. Okay, and then they again wouldn't qualify for what. When lenders, besides loans, when lenders look at loan modifications for people in distress, they will look at front end and back end there as well. And that's how they determine how much to modify. So if they're going to do a modification under all these different government programs, they're going to modify it down to the 30% or 31%, whatever that their program is. And that's how they come up with the new payment amount under the modification. It's based on debt to income ratio. And to get there, especially with these government modifications, they'll look to adjusting interest rate, mortgage term. In other words, they can change your interest rate from 5% to 4%. If that gets you there, good. They can re-amortize a loan for a longer period, up to 40 years. So you had a 15-year mortgage and make it 40 years, your monthly payment goes down, good. And they can also forgive some of the debt. Now, when they forgive some of the debt that you used to owe $500, but now you only owe $400. And then finally, they can segregate part of the loan to become non-payment, non-interest. So you owed $500. The lender says, okay, you're only going to pay on $400 at this interest rate, and we're going to hold to the side $100. You're not going to be charged interest on it. You don't have to make payments on it. But when you eventually sell the house, we got our $100. Okay, and that's the fourth way. And I call those silent second mortgages, because if you think about it, it's kind of like a second mortgage, and it's silent because you don't make payments on it. It's just sitting out there like a bond. Now, those silent seconds, as I don't know if anyone else calls them that, but I call them that, are fantastic for the homeowner, because if they own their property for the long term, inflation and housing prices will eventually make that number disappear. What do I mean by that? Well, let's say you're going to own your house for another 20 years. Every year in Florida, housing goes up between 4 and 7%. Every year in the United States, inflation is about 5%. So your house goes up 4%, money becomes worth 5% different, which means on a compounding basis, that $100,000 goes down 9% per year. Over 20 years, you're basically going to pay nothing. Okay, very interesting. Now, in preparing for this class, I updated, I create slides. I use some old stuff from different classes. One of the slides I used, I think we'll get to it next week, had to do with median income in Florida. And by percent, this is just a little flash quiz for no credit. I had pulled a chart from my notes of Florida median income, so that's South Florida, from 2010. And then I pulled the chart for us for 2020. And anyone want to take I would love it if some people try to take a guess of how much the median income in Florida went up in these 10 years by percentage. Can anyone guess how much percentage median income went up in Florida over just 10 years? And when you look at median income, you look not only rising wages, but rising wages, caused by inflation. So can anyone guess?
70?
70? No, lower than that. That'd be nice though.
38%.
That's still high. You guys are saying high. I think you guys would be saying much less. Go ahead.
15%.
15. That's what I was expecting to hear about that actually. In truth, it went up 25%. It went up for a single person from about 40 grand a year to about 50 grand a year, which blew my mind. 25% income growth in a decade for the whole population. It's a lot of money. It's a big jump. You look at inflation, real inflation though, beef went up in the last 1 year 100%. So who knows what that means? It's economically interesting, not on the test. Everyone understand front ends and back end debt to income ratios. All right, pretty straightforward. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about short sales. These are one of those alternatives to foreclosure. These were very popular, and I have a funny feeling that when you guys are getting out there, if you get your master's degree, you're going to be dealing with them a lot again. So that's why I wanted to go into this in depth. What is a short sale? Short sale is when a lender agrees to accept less than a full debt in order to release the lien pursuant to the sale of the property. Like we just discussed, a short refi is when the owner gets to keep the property. Now, please understand, remember I said lien, not debt. Now, it may also be the debt, but what really is the key factor is the lien. Okay, meaning the mortgage, the lien on the property, not whether or not the borrower owes, but whether the property is encumbered. Okay, in order to sell or refinance a property, the new lender or new owner wants to be in first position, obviously. We've gone over this. The prior liens need to be released. A lien holder can release the lien for for less than the full payment of the debt, but they may not forgive the remainder of the debt. They may not. Now, I'm hammering this home for a reason. This always escapes people. This separation between a loan and a mortgage, a note and a mortgage. Okay, short refinances, while we talk about it, are incredibly rare. Okay, general rules of short sale. Okay, properties should be listed at or slightly below actual market value. So a lender is not going to allow a short sale if you're trying to, sell it for less than it's worth. And they are actually pretty good about knowing what market value is. A lender is only going to allow a short sale if it's an arm's length contract. They're not going to let you sell it to your cousin or your business partner or your mom. Okay. Typically in short sales, realtors do get paid, and even the attorneys that help make these things happen get paid. No cash out to the seller. So when you, as a seller, property owner, sell a property as a short sale, you walk away from the closing without money in your pocket from the sale. Sometimes you even owe money. You have to bring in your own money to help sell your property. But again, the lender eats some of it. But with short sales, truly, exceptions are the rule. They're all over the place. Okay, the process of a short sale, okay, for residential, and there's a process for commercial that's pretty similar too, without some of the consumer steps because the lenders are more involved. Is first, the property needs to be listed on the open market at market value, meaning that you can't just do a pocket listing. You can't just say, oh, I found someone to buy it. The lender wants it on the open market, and they want to see that multiple people made offers. Doesn't mean you can't accept the first one, but they want to see it on the market. The buyer needs to be a go. They need to cash, typically, or at least be pre-approved, because the lender doesn't want to waste the time jumping through all these hoops if the buyer can't, come up with the money on the day of closing. The bank's going to need to get sent all sorts of paperwork, the contract, the preliminary settlement statement, nowadays, and a whole list of stuff they have. They're going to have an application. They're going to want to see tax returns. They're going to want to see bank statements to show that the homeowner can't afford to not short sale. So if you're making, 300 grand a year and you're trying to short sale a $100,000 condo, the bank's probably not going to approve it. If you're trying to short sell a $100,000 condo and you got a $500,000 in the bank, the bank's probably not going to approve it. They tend to move slowly, okay? And sometimes the banks will issue conditional payoffs, short sale payoffs, and they don't work. They're not real. It's kind of like, we'll let you short sell it if we decide to let you short sell it. We'll tell you after the closing, and those are not good enough. And for some reason, some banks send those out. And there may be other conditions on the short sale approval. So for example, very often you'll see short sale approvals where it says on the deed, it must list a deed restriction stopping the property from being resold for 12 months. And if you write on a deed, that Cho is selling to Dominic, but Dominic cannot resell it for 12 months, then heck or high water, Dominic cannot resell it for 12 months. It's a flat out deed restriction. Okay, if that was like, 100 years, that might not work because it would be reasonable. But 12 months, 3 years, 5 years, boom. You'll oftentimes saying that it can't be sold for 3 years for a purchase price increase of more than 10%. Those are very common conditions. And the reason the lenders do that is they don't want to get flipped. They want to be the ones getting the most money. And if there's money to be made from selling it, they want to do it. You'll also see sometimes with short sales, with loan modifications, something similar on a loan modification where the lender will say, okay, look, we'll let you make these lower prices. We're going to cut your principal. But when you sell it, half of the proceeds, half of the increase in value goes to us. So, you were in a position where you couldn't afford to make your payments. The lender cuts your payments and you own the house for another 20 years. It goes up 300 grand. You agree with the lender that of that new 300 grand, they get an extra 150. It's called a shared appreciation modification. Okay. So that's kind of neat and kind of scary for people. Okay, now, when a bank forgives debt, the person or when anyone forgives debt, that's taxable income, generally speaking, to the person whose debt is forgiven. So if George borrows 100 grand and pays half, and then look, whatever, I'm a good guy. And I say, okay, George, you're off the hook. I hand George a 1099 for that 50 grand I forgive. He then has to go to the IRS, and the IRS will generally treat that potentially as income. So he may end up paying taxes on the forgiven debt. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense because George got an extra 50 grand of income. Because he got 100 grand, it may have been 5 years ago, but he only paid back 50. So he kept 50. So it's almost like a gift, if you will, and it's taxable. Very important. It does hurt people's credit scores. We keep talking, and I've said it a million times, the released lien doesn't mean the debt's forgiven. And the other part, sellers, and this includes commercial stuff about, is, you put all your eggs in one basket for a short sale, but if it's not approved, then what? What's your backup? Any questions on short sales? All right, we're making really good time. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about mortgage foreclosure. And within mortgage foreclosure, we're also going to talk about civil litigation in general. Okay, so when you come out of this, you can understand what a mortgage foreclosure is, but as part of that, you can learn how a lawsuit works, really any kind of civil lawsuit. As we discussed a little bit earlier, a foreclosure is a legal proceeding to terminate a mortgagor's interest in the property instituted by the lender to either gain title or to force sale in order to satisfy the unpaid debt secured by the property. And I'll say it again, it's a legal proceeding to terminate an owner's interest in the property instituted by the lender to either gain title or force sale to satisfy the unpaid debt secured by the property. In Florida, we do this through judicial foreclosure. In other states, which means you go before a court, you have due process rights, et cetera, et cetera. In other states, this can be done non-judicially, meaning like through an administrative process, which is a lot quicker and less expensive. But in Florida, it's judicial. Now, judicial is costly and time consuming, where the mortgage property is sold through a court proceeding that requires a standard lawsuit. There's no special rules of foreclosure procedure, it's just a normal civil procedure. Okay, and the way it works is very straightforward. It's a property owner, and this can be commercial, it could be residential, whatever, stops paying or otherwise defaults. And as you probably remember, other defaults can be, they're not taking care of the property well enough, they're getting sued by their association for not paying association dues, that could be a mortgage default, etc. First, the lender calls nice, hey, is everything okay? Did you forget, buddy? If you forgot, it's fine, here's our number, send us a check, thanks. They send you a nice little note, hey, gentle reminder. And then they call, hey, you deadbeat, pay your mortgage, we're gonna foreclose. And then they send you a mean letter. Okay, that's kind of how it works. That's kind of, I guess, anything from the credit cards too. Now, in most mortgages, though not all, because this is contractual, okay, after the lender deemed you in default of your contractual obligations, meaning you broke your word in the mortgage and note agreements, a default occurs. Okay, that's anytime someone breaks their promises in the contract. Okay, it's the omission or failure to perform a legal or contractual duty. The failure to pay a debt when due is a perfect example. Okay, if your loan requires notice, which most residential mortgages do, though not all, and which most commercial mortgages don't, although not all, the lender will send a letter saying you are in default. They will often give, and again, this is contractual, most residential mortgages have a right to cure period, meaning that you have a certain period of time to fix it before they can take further action. Most commercial mortgages don't have a right to cure period, though your mileage may vary. What's they call YMMV for you kids. I'm learning. Meaning that you got to read your individual mortgage to determine. We just started a foreclosure for one of our lender clients. There's no notice requirements. It's unusual for a residential, but it's perfectly legal. That's what the parties agreed to. Any questions on that? You guys are quiet today. Okay, let me take a quick tangent. So I think pretty much everyone's here. Before we get into the actual mechanics of a lawsuit, pretty much everyone's here. I had more than several questions about a potential extra credit assignment. So this is my first time teaching in the master's program, so I went to administration to find out if that's acceptable to do. I didn't mind doing it, and I did find out that it is allowable. So based on that, I will be issuing an extra credit assignment that's purely optional. Okay, it will have some parts of it. You will have to look outside of what we learned. Okay, and it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be hard or ridiculous, but it's going to require sober thought and reflection of what we learned and work towards it as if you're a real estate investor. I already have the project. I'm going to release it to you all by Monday. Okay, so let's say before the end of Monday, I will post it on Canvas. Potentially even a little bit earlier. I'm still finishing up tweaking the writing of it. It'll be worth I'm thinking 8 points, up to 8 points towards your final grade. So when I finish it, I may adjust that a little bit upwards. Right now, I'm thinking about 8 points. Just looking at the amount of time it'll take and where the grades are sitting, I think that's appropriate. And it's purely optional. So if you want to do it, great. If you don't want to do it, there's no penalty to you. Okay. However, if you do it, I'm going to look at it. I'm going to take the time, and it's going to have to be right. And the way it's going to be I've already drafted it. I just got to clean it up. It's very real life. So it's as if you're out there in the field doing a deal, having graduated this program, using what you've learned in this class so far to do it, really. Okay. And that's pretty, and it'll be due anytime before the end of the class, before the final.
Will it count against us?
No, but understand, if you take the time and you don't do it right, you're just not going to get any points. Just like in real life, the deal wouldn't work. So it's not that, I'm going to penalize you, and nor am I going to be, overly harsh. But it needs to be right. And it's not going to be subjective. Like there's different ways to skin a cat. We've said that, and even though one is clearly enough, there's different ways apparently to skin a cat. Can anyone tell me the second way? Never mind. There's different ways to skin a cat, but you still got to skin it. There's different ways you're going to be able to accomplish this with some of the tools we've discussed, what this project is. However, you still got to get there. So if you take a slightly different path than your neighbor, I don't care, as long as it works. Okay, and it'll make sense when you see it. Part of it's obviously going to be, this is not hard to guess, part of it's obviously going to be drafting something, like a form, like a document that would be used in real life. And there's, with all these documents I've discussed a million times, there's different ways to do it. I don't care which way you do it, as long as it's done correctly. And for teaming up, no, you can't team up. It's a good question. You can team up if you want to split the points. I'm okay with that. So even though some of these may look very similar, they should be filled in with different details. Okay, so that's the important part. Now, I'm not saying you can't talk to each other, because even if I did, I know you would. I'm assuming, right? And that's also not realistic. In real life, you get help. And you know what? I'm okay with that too, as long as you got to follow the school's rules on academic integrity. Okay, but just like with the test, this is your master's program. This is an undergrad. You're doing this because you're going to be doing this in real life. And the project I'm setting out, this extra project, is something you might do, or something similar to what you might do in real life as an investor. Okay, and finally, I'm going to keep it residential just to make your life easier, but it will apply the concepts that we're going over, commercial or residential. Any other questions on our little special project? Okay, good. So I'm glad I'm able to do that. I hope that, I know a lot of you asked, and I hope that satisfies you. Now, please understand, you guys are busy, you guys work, you have a life, you don't have to do this. Okay, there's nothing will count against you. If you just say, no, I'm okay with my grade where it lays, I don't have time, it's not going to hurt your class participation or anything else. This is purely extra, okay? So there's no penalty for not doing it. All right, if there's no questions on that, just bear with me 1 second, I just want to check something. All right, so moving back to the last slide of default, one of the things that you have to do, okay, so let me back up. Remember we talked about lease defaults, and we talked a little bit about what happens if you have to evict somebody. You had to, can anyone remember what you had to do before you can evict somebody? So a tenant of yours, or before a tenant can be evicted, what? You got to issue a written notice. Go ahead.
Notice of eviction?
Yes, you got to issue a written notice of eviction, just like we're talking about a notice of default. But what was the legal effect of that notice of eviction? What did it do? Besides put the person on notice. Yes, it did. It asked them to leave. Go ahead, Juliet.
Did it give the person time to either pay or go? Like it's
Yeah.
giving that extra
Correct.
time.
It's to pay or go. It's 3-day notice to pay or quit. Okay, and the reason what the quit means, it terminates the lease. Remember, we talked a lease as a property interest, it's a tenancy, it's also an agreement. And the agreement is terminated by them not paying after notice. Okay, that's a very, then after that, you can proceed to eviction, et cetera, et cetera. The only reason you can proceed to eviction is because you terminate. It's what's called in the law a condition precedent. Okay, you may want to write that down. It's what's called in the law a condition precedent. And what a condition, it's not in the slides. What a condition precedent is, or maybe actually later, but what a condition precedent is it's something that must occur prior to a lawsuit being filed. For example, in the purchase contract, you have to go to mediation before, or waive it, before a lawsuit can be filed. Often you will see in commercial agreements, some residential, an arbitration clause. You must go to arbitration before a lawsuit can be filed. And typically after you go to arbitration, you can't file one anyway. Okay, that's called the condition precedent. They're all over the law. And they're very enforceable. If you go to a suit without fulfilling your condition precedent, you will lose because the court really doesn't have jurisdiction at that point. So if you don't do the 3-day notice to pay or quit in a lease, you can't sue them for eviction. If you do, you'll lose the case. Okay, that's a condition precedent. Okay, just means a pre-existing condition before you can do something. In a foreclosure, whether or not notice is required, so mind you, it normally is in residential, whether or not the loan must be accelerated. Can anyone tell me, please, what accelerating a loan means?
When you pay more payments up front. Like is that those balloon payments accelerating a payment or no?
Oh, that's a balloon, but similar idea. Go ahead now. It's close, close. You're calling the note. So everything is due now. You've accelerated the maturity to now. Okay, meaning that if there's still 200 grand owed, they fall behind, you accelerate your mortgage loan, they owe the whole 200 grand now. They can't continue making payments. Just like after you terminate a lease, they can't continue paying rent. Okay, they're accelerating. Now, in a typical Fannie Mae type government issued most residential mortgages, you have a 30-day cure period after notice before the loan can be accelerated. So you get a letter saying, okay, you're behind 2 payments. You have 30 days to pay us these 2 payments, or we're going to call your note. We're going to accelerate. Okay, and that's a condition precedent foreclosure. That is not, while acceleration is a legal requirement. Well, I'll go over this. Give me a second on that. But while acceleration is a legal requirement for foreclosure, with one small exception I'll share in a second, notice is not. The cure period is not, but it is often a contractual term. So if your mortgage does not say you have a 30-day period to cure, the lender can accelerate and tell you they accelerated when you receive the lawsuit, if they don't have to give you notice. However, if they do have to give you notice or do have to give you a 30-day period time to cure and they file the suit before they do so, they could lose the suit because they didn't fulfill the condition precedent. Okay, so that makes sense. And really the very important takeaway is that acceleration, generally speaking, is required, but notice and cure is only required if it's required by the contract, by the mortgage or the note, not by law. Everyone got that distinction? Now, interestingly, you can foreclose without acceleration except you have to do it every month. Because you haven't accelerated. So they only owe you 1 month's worth. So you sue basically to foreclose on 1 month, which is obviously ridiculous. So you never see it, but technically you can do it. And that's the lawyer in me. I got to give you that distinction. Realistically, you need to accelerate the whole loan. That way you can sue for foreclosure on the entire amount. Now, remember, we said earlier that at least in residential, and to some extent, in a pretty strong extent in commercial, the borrower can reinstate by paying everything that's back due, even though it's accelerated. They can unaccelerate it. And even more interestingly, a few years ago, I guess about a half a decade ago now, the Supreme Court of Florida came out and basically, which defies common sense, but the law often does, created the legal fiction that you can unaccelerate a loan. So a lender can move around the acceleration date. So let's say you stopped paying 10 years ago and they sent you a letter saying we're accelerating. And now, why would they potentially want to move that date up? I'll be very impressed if anyone can tell me the answer to this. It's a good challenge. Why is it important that the lender can unaccelerate and reaccelerate later? Anybody? Like, it's a good challenge question.
Does that have to do with interest rates?
Go ahead. Who said that? What?
If the market rate changes, like it goes down and you have a better rate or something like that?
I think it's a good guess. No, but I think it's a good logical thinking. Who else? Okay, has anyone heard of something called the Statute of Limitations? Does anyone want to tell me what the Statute of Limitations is?
Isn't it just basically after a certain number of years, you can't basically be tried for a certain issue?
Yes, that's exactly right. You just, yeah, good. You don't have to go any further. That's exactly right. So causes of action, both civil and criminal, are only enforceable for a certain period of time after they occur. Okay, some things don't have statute of limitations. Fraud, in effect, doesn't. Murder typically doesn't have a statute of limitations. But let's say you commit theft, there is a statute of limitations for that. If they catch you a certain amount of time later, they can't prosecute you. In civil, there's a lot of statute of limitations, and with written agreements regarding real estate, it's 5 years. Written agreement generally, it's either 4 or 5 years. Now, practice, I think it's 2 years or 1 year. No, 2 years. So if you wait too long, you lose your rights to enforce. So on a mortgage, it's 5 years. So if you go beyond 5 years after acceleration, you have lost your right to enforce the mortgage. Wow.
So
right?
what happens in that scenario exactly?
Well, 2 things happen. Okay. First, in the realm, at first, I mean, generally speaking, if you blow your statute of limitations, you wait too long, it's over. You can't enforce it anymore. So if you have a credit card, and I believe, I don't do a lot of credit card work, but I believe it's 5 years, but it may be 4, but I'll just say 5 to be safe. And they wait 7 years, and then they sue you. They're suing you. Actually, they're breaking fair debt laws, because that debt is no longer enforced. It disappears after a period of time. People need to move on with their lives. So, like if it's a mortgage and it goes more than 5 years, the lender can't enforce it. Okay, now it doesn't mean the lien goes away, but it does mean it becomes unenforceable. Okay, so if you have a 30-year mortgage starting today, and at 36 years from now, if you never make a single payment, your property is free and clear, because the entire 30-year mortgage plus 5 years to sue was passed. So the mortgage just goes away. Okay, if they accelerate and they wait 5 years and a day, they can no longer sue you for foreclosure. Or so was the law on mortgages. So in its wisdom, our Supreme Court looked at this, which was starting to occur quite frequently, the 5-year mark with past acceleration, because what would happen is the cases took forever to wind their way through the courts. And then the lender got dismissed or they lost the case on some technicality. So the Supreme Court, through a series of Florida, through a series of cases said, wait, a lender can unaccelerate a loan and reaccelerate it on a later monthly payment. So if the loan did go the full 30 years matured plus 5 years, yes, too late, so sad, too bad. But if it was 10 years in and they waited 7 years, like let's say you defaulted in 2014, that was when you stopped paying, they sent you the acceleration notice, they forgot about you. And now here in 2021, they discover and go, oh crap, the 5 years has gone by. Then they realize, well, you know, it's a 30-year loan, so we'll unaccelerate it and reaccelerate it through, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, and then sue you in foreclosure. So each monthly payment became a new potential source of re-acceleration, even if they already accelerated, which doesn't really make logically consistent sense, but that is the law in Florida. So despite how long ago on a monthly installment loan, despite how long ago you stopped paying, they can still bring a lawsuit until 5 years after the original maturity date. Any questions on that? Okay, so it's important to know, really realistically, there's no real statute of limitations on mortgage foreclosures anymore, except for based on maturity, when the loan is over plus 5 years. Up until then, you're good. Now, if the mortgage itself doesn't say how long it's for, which happens a lot, it's 20 years plus 5 years. Okay, even if it's a $1 million mortgage, if it's one of those ones where you just keep paying it until you're done paying it, which exists, it's just they're good for 20 years plus the 5 years. But up until that time, they can accelerate, unaccelerate, real accelerate, et cetera, move acceleration dates around, and it's perfectly fine. And even if they do that, you still owe the interest from before the acceleration, from the original default. It's a legal fiction, but otherwise, there have been a lot of people with free houses, a lot of pissed off banks, and that's why that happened. Any questions on acceleration, and for that matter, statute of limitations? Very good. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about the process of a lawsuit now. After acceleration, right to cure, whatever, all that goes by. Now, the borrower still hasn't paid. Okay. After a buyer breaches the contract and the seller didn't get the liquidated damages because the buyer didn't agree to release them and didn't want to go to mediation. After a lease is terminated, after someone breaks any contract or otherwise wrongs you, the way you enforce it in our society is you grab a big rock and you beat them over the head with it. Okay, and that doesn't work in society. So instead, you file a lawsuit. Okay, the reason we have lawsuits is so people don't beat each other up or beat each other on the head with a rock. It's like, ugh with the big stick, and you can't go bang your neighbor on the head because he didn't pay you back the coconuts he borrowed or whatever. So we do it instead by filing a lawsuit. That's where we take our grievances against each other to a neutral, we hope, finder of fact and or law, okay, in the process called the lawsuit. It's the basis of our judicial system to interpret the law and interpret dealings between each other and decide who's right and who's wrong. Most importantly, to provide an orderly way to resolve disputes. Okay, that's the whole purpose of this. This is to resolve disputes. Now, in contractual matters, which is what a mortgage is, it's never about punishment. You don't punish someone for not paying their mortgage loan. It's about being made whole. It's about getting the benefit of your bargain. Okay? It always. So no matter how bad you feel the borrower is, if you're suing your lender, how bad you feel the lender is, it's never punitive. It's not about punishing them. It's not criminal justice, it's civil justice. It's about being made whole, it's about getting the benefit of your bargain. Therefore, when you sue someone in contract, whether it's a purchase contract, whether it's a lease, whatever it is, your best day is to be where you would have been had it never occurred. This may mean getting all of the benefit, all the payments you're due. It may mean even getting your attorney's fees reimbursed that you had to lay out, your reasonable attorney's fees and costs. It may be all of that, but you're never going to come out ahead in a contract lawsuit. Okay, matter of fact, you can't come out ahead in a contract lawsuit. You can't. Okay, unless, and it almost never happens, okay, one of the parties' behavior was so egregious, so shockingly bad. And I don't mean like, that's ridiculous. I mean like, how could they do that? Then a judge in a special proceeding can, and it's an incredibly high standard, allow punitive damages, punishment. Okay, but the punishment is still not for you. It's to stop other people from doing similar things, even though you get the benefit of it. So you may have seen, like, what are you talking about? You have seen these things where, like a company selling people products and they're being incredibly abusive on a large scale, and someone sues them or a class action, they get punitive damages. Understand that's the very rare exception that almost never happens. And really in real life never happens. It's just that rare. Okay, so besides the shockingly bad, reprehensible behavior, and it really is, like, it's not just like this guy's a jerk. Oh, these people are terrible. It's like, really? It's that bad. It's, like, ugh, you want to vomit, that bad. It's all about being made whole. So realistically, this is another reason why loss mitigation, forbearances is so important. Because you can sue each other to death, if you will, for 10 years, you're never going to come out more than whole. More than where you should have been had the problem not occurred. Okay, this is a very, very important concept related to what you're going to be doing. Okay, it's why we said, remember, liquidated damages had to be reasonably related to what actual damages would have been, even though they're really hard to figure out. And also, sometimes it's really hard to figure out damages. Oh, so I just got a note. I'm so sorry. Oh, you saw it. No one else did. Well, welcome the person who just got here late. Anyway, perfect example is I have a case where there was some trespass that occurred repeatedly, thousands of times. And we won the trespass case, and we're now working on the damages aspect. How do you define what the damages is for someone crossing part of your property 2,000 times? Very difficult. So that's why liquidated damages could have been great. In this case, we didn't have that. There was no contract. But that's why you may want to do it. Like, if you don't sell your house, you don't sell your business property to this person, how do you figure out what it actually cost you? Lost opportunity cost, everything else. That's where liquidated damages comes in. But understand, even with that, it's never about getting more than you had entitled. There's no punishment clauses in the enforcement of contracts. The only punishment that there is in contracts is punishment you agreed to, penalties. Okay, can anyone give me an example of a contractual penalty that you see very often? Nope, that's liquidated damages. Forfeiting a deposit is liquidated damages. It's not a penalty. Can anyone give me an example of a punishment you've received from a contractual relationship that I would be willing to bet everyone, including myself, has paid? Late payment fee. Thank you. That is the perfect example. You forgot about your credit card. You got to pay that late payment, 5%, whatever. That's a punishment. That's built into a contract by agreement. That is a penalty. Okay. That's agreed to. So that is like, but that's not the court punishing somebody. That's not the government punishing somebody. That's a penalty you agree to based on non-performance and forgiveness. Okay. It's also, but that being the reason why, you know, let's say you're 3 months behind, it's one late payment fee for month one late payment fee for month two, one late payment fee for month three. It's not one late payment fee for month one, and then a late payment fee for month one and month two. And then three of them, 1, 2, and 3, it doesn't work that way because you only get punished once per the contract. It's also why, just for late payment fees, just as a kind of an aside, there's no late payment fees for accelerated loans. Why is there no late payment fees for accelerated loans? Very simple answer.
Is it because it's already some kind of relief that, you know, they don't want to continue to burden?
Okay, I mean, that's sort of right. It's a good guess. It's because you can't pay it late. It's accelerated, no more payments. So you can't have a late payment. It's really just, sometimes the law is very simple, but it's the same idea. You're pursuing a different type of resolution to the unpaid debt. So, I mean, Kip did get that right, but stated simpler because you can't make a late payment because it's accelerated. You can reinstate, but that's not a payment, that's reinstate. Okay, so really this concept that the purpose of civil lawsuits is to be made whole, not to be punished. Does anyone have any concepts on that? Because I tell you something, there's so many attorneys that don't seem to get this. I mean, and I don't mean like they're being jerks, like they just don't understand this concept. So while it sounds simple, it's actually not. Anybody? Okay, good. So when you do a lawsuit, and particularly a foreclosure lawsuit, which we're going to focus in by way of example, you have to prepare the initial paperwork. In most actions at law, you prepare a complaint. In most actions at equity, you prepare a petition. In both cases, they are the instituting document. Can someone please, if you want, I'm doing a lot of class participation, I'm gonna give you guys class participation points. Tell me what the difference between a court sitting at law and a court sitting at equity is. Difference between law and equity, which are both judicial functions. What is the difference between law and equity? And really, I mean, just think logically. I'm going to call somebody on this one. Chris, are you there?
Here, is one with the attorney and the other with the person being affected, the person with equity?
Good guess, but no. How about, good guess though. Who haven't we heard from so far? Let's see. How about Anne Marie? Are you there? Okay, Annabelle, are you there? James, can you hear me?
I'm here, but I don't know the answer.
Okay, fair enough. But at least you're here. That's good. James?
Well, that's really a tough one. I would from a guest standpoint, I would say that the one is deals with from a monetary standpoint, and the other one is on a just from a legal standpoint. I really don't understand that concept.
Well, you know, you're actually, I think you do. I'm going to work with you on this, James. So the one, which one do you think is a monetary standpoint?
The one dealing with equity.
Okay, well, the one, well, you have it half right. So the one dealing with money, with damages, is law. Okay, so an action at law deals with damages. Now, what, James, what is equity? We hear it actually in the news all the time. And I don't want the political answer, I want the dictionary answer. What is equity? I mean, it's the most basic sense.
It would just be any type of real money, so ownership, you know, interest in it.
Okay, I mean, well, you know, in a way, you just for foreclosure, equity does deal with ownership. Equity is fairness. If someone's being equitable, they're being fair. It's equal equity, right? It's fairness. So historically, thank you, James, I appreciate it, for helping us work through that. Originally there was two courts. You know, I love going to this feudal time. So originally there was these two courts. It was the court of law, which was the king's court, where they determined if someone broke the king's law. Okay, and there was a court of equity, typically the church, where people were tried for issues dealing with fairness. Okay, and I'm very, very great oversimplification here. Okay, and there was two separate judges. Some judges decide legal issues. Did you break this contract? Who owns this property? This person ran over your cat with their horse. How much do they owe you for your cat? Whatever. I don't know why I'm picking on cats. Sorry, cats. Whatever it is, it was just issues at law. It had to do with damages. You were damaged. Who's right? How do we make this situation right? How do we settle this dispute according to the law? Okay, contracts, statutes, money. Okay, determination of contractual and legal rights. Those are actions at law. But sometimes it's not really about that. It's about what's right, what's fair. Okay, and those are courts of equity. That's okay, and they determine, like, you know, Your Honor, this isn't fair. Like, can you make it right? They treated what they're doing as horrible. They didn't break the contract. Remember we talked about adhesive contracts? They didn't break the contract. The contract was so reprehensible to begin with, they shouldn't be able to enforce it. It's not fair. We want you to be fair. Okay, and they were literally separate courts, and certain types of cases were brought at law, and certain types of cases were brought in equity. And the best example I can think of for equity is what we call unjust enrichment. Okay, for me, that's like the quintessential example of an equitable cause of action, an equitable case. Can anyone tell me what a case for unjust enrichment is? Or give me an example on that. And I want to hold you on the spot on this one. So a perfect example is this. So I hire Paint Co. to come and paint my house. Okay, and Paint Co. shows up, and instead of going to, I live on a way, you know, like a street name ending with way. Instead of going to Way, Northwest Way, they go to Northwest Street. And they paint, and Kip happens to live on Northwest Street, and they paint Kip's house instead. They needed it, Kip, sorry. They saw it, they said, yeah, this is very reasonable, needs to be painted. They painted your house. And when they're done painting, Kip's sitting in his house the whole time going, well, this is kind of cool. I was supposed to do this weekend. You know, my spouse has been all over me about this. I don't have to do it now. And then at the end, they come, and the painter knocks on Kip's door. I hope it's going to flash next to us. The painter knocks on Kip's door and says, yeah, it'll be $1,000. And Kip's like, and who are you? Well, I'm the painter you hired. And I didn't hire any painter. Go away. He closes the door. Now, he didn't hire a painter. I hired him. Okay. I never got my house painted. I don't have to pay the painter. I had a contract with the painter. Kip did not have a contract with the painter, but he got the benefit of a contract. And the painter, it was to their detriment, right? And Kip sat in his house smiling, playing, NHL 2021 on his PS5, happy as a clam not to be out there painting. Okay, should Kip at law have to pay the painter? And the answer is no. You didn't have a contract with him. So how can they enforce a contract for damages? But that's incredibly unfair, right? He took advantage of the situation. He retrieved the benefit to their detriment without giving money for it.
Yeah, but did he, if he didn't need, what if he didn't need paint? What if he just got a fresh coat of paint and he actually liked his paint job and his house, you just messed it up by painting it a color he didn't like?
Well, yeah, that's different. That's a whole different subject. So then he wouldn't have gotten the benefit. Let's say that Kip was on vacation and came home to a house that was painted and didn't know it occurred. That's another thing. That wouldn't apply either.
What if I just assumed that my wife hired them because I wasn't getting around to it fast enough?
Yeah, that wouldn't cut it. A good try.
Yeah, point is, he didn't have a contract. I mean, again, he could say, oh, I don't even like this color that you did. Now I wanted to go back to the original color. You know, you've
That-
actually
That would
damaged
be,
my
that
house.
would be a defense. But you know,
Yeah.
I'll tell you, Joe, that plays in really nicely because, so hold on to that thought because it plays in very nicely. So
Okay.
we'll use that I'll add that to our example. The Kip, even though it did it, he wasn't very happy with the color, but at least it was paint. Okay, they can't sue Kip at law under contract because there is no. However, it's also, they're out the paint, they're out the labor, and Kip did get something, knew he was getting it, and didn't stop them, right? So that's very unfair. So they can sue him in a court of equity, okay? They can sue him in a court of equity under the theory of unjust enrichment. In other words, Kip was enriched and it's unjust. He didn't pay for it. Okay, now before we go much further, I want to just point out that about 300 years ago, or depending on where you live, Florida is closer to 100 years ago, the courts of equity and the courts of law combined. So in Florida, the same judge can sit both in law and in equity. And it's determined by what type of lawsuit you file, determines which rules apply, but it's the same judge. And sometimes, as you'll see in a little bit, they can be combined. Okay, and we'll go over that also. A very important concept, but we're going back to this. So in Florida, it's the same thing. So the painter runs down to the courthouse and says, this is unfair. I painted his house, it's unjust enrichment. That's an equitable action. There's nothing legal for the court to look at. They didn't break any statutes, and there was no contract. They're not entitled to damages. However, equity considers done what ought to be done. And what's really interesting about equity, I think, more than anything else, is that where you determine an action at law based on a statute, based on a contract, okay, that's really it. That's how you determine action at law. You determine the rules for equity based on maxims. I would like someone besides Joe to tell me what a maxim is. In a way, she said a truth, that's close. I'm waiting for someone to say a magazine, which is a truth, but not what I'm looking for. A maxim is a saying.
Isn't it a proposition, like a proposition or something?
Sort of. It's a saying. Yes, I mean, it's a truth, it's a proposition. But what it really is, it's what your grandma said. Like, you know, rich or poor, it's good to have money, right? Fair is fair. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Those are examples of maxims. They're just basic fairness, truth in life, right? All these things are true. You know, I love my grandmother's one. Rich or poor, it's good to have money. And if you don't understand it, think about it a little bit. It'll make sense. And it's just, the older I get, the more I find out. The older you get, the more you'll find out how smart your grandparents were with all these maxims. They're just sayings that evolve over time based on how the world should work and does work. So one of these maxims, probably the most important maxim of all the equitable maxims, and literally when you try an equity case, you know, there's established, you know, precedent for it, but you're really using these maxims. And one of the maxims is equity considers done what ought to be done. So you go to the judge and say, Your Honor, we painted the house. He ought to have paid us. And Kip might say, well, I don't like the color. So that may lower the amount, but the judge can still rule and say, you know what? There wasn't a written contract, but it's like a contract happened. We'll call it a quasi-contract. That's what the judges call it. And we will assume that this quasi-contract occurred. And boom, Kip, you owe money for the paint, but not the full $1,000 because it's an ugly green that you wouldn't want. $800 because that's fair. That's what a court of equity does. And that's really what a court of equity does. It sits in fairness.
Can Kip countersue?
Yeah, of course. They can countersue, or you can look to reduce the award, which is called an affirmative defense, which is more likely in this case. But yeah, you could, like, oh, I damaged my house. So, you know, that really wouldn't be an equity. Damaging a house is actually a law. But it's very confusing when they go back and forth. And sometimes, like in a foreclosure case, and this will be the last piece before a little break. In a foreclosure case, it's both. It's an action at equity and an action at law. Because the part at law, you're enforcing a contract. The mortgage is a contract, right? The note's a contract. That's an action at law. Very straightforward. If you want a promissory note, flat out at law. However, you're looking to take someone's home, you're looking to take someone's business property. You got to look to fairness for that. So in this case, that court will sit both in law and in fairness. So anytime you look at a foreclosure case in particular, you have to look at both what the law says, what the contracts say, but also what's fairness say. Not just fairness to the person being sued, but also fairness for the person doing the suing. In other words, is it fair that under these circumstances, we sell this person's house, office building, whatever? Okay, and they'll look at that too, and that's part of the lawsuit. Whereas other lawsuits may be all at law, if you sue under a contract only, or they may be all in equity. You know, for example, Unjust Enrichment, which we just went through, which is just such an easy example of equity.
I have a question, sir.
Yes.
Now, okay, is this being considered in court as whether it's fair or not because it was a quasi mistake as like street as opposed to avenue, like Kip lived on street as opposed to the same address avenue, or is it just fair because there was some kind of a benefit done to him and so I should be paid? Because then what's to stop anyone from just going and painting everyone's house? Like, oh, just paint everyone's house. It's fair, you know? And like, what's the, is that taken into consideration because of the address confusion?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes, absolutely. Yeah, if you just go and paint everyone's house in the block and try to charge them after the fact, each house, they'll look at the individual situation. This person wasn't home, had no idea, you know, and the contractor did it on purpose because he did the whole block, no payment. Kip was sitting in his house watching him and didn't do anything to stop him, probably is going to have to pay. So it's, and that is the key. Unlike at law where it's just the facts, like you break a contract, you have a contract, you break it, you cause someone damages, you win. Fair or unfair, you win. You know, I loan Natalie $10. Natalie doesn't pay me $10. Okay, and I sue her, I get my $10. It doesn't matter that something horrible happened, and no, I hope God forbid, but something horrible happened to her that stopped her from paying me. It doesn't matter if she had something more important to do with the, you know, with the money. None of that matters. She promised me $10, she didn't, she owes me $10. In equity cases, you look at all that. You look at, is it fair? Was there something that blocked it? What was the circumstances of the case? So in a foreclosure, for example, and this I think is a clear example on this concept feature is you have the note, they didn't pay the note. You have the mortgage, they didn't pay the mortgage. But then you start looking at the loan, and the loan has an illegal rate of interest. It's from a loan shark. You know, it's 40% interest. It's 18 or 25 in Florida. And the loan service, it's illegal rate of interest. They were abusive. They had tricked grandma into making it, even though, you know, they had reason to believe grandma wasn't all there. They threatened that if you don't do this, we're gonna, you know, kill your kid, you know, whatever it is. They acted just reprehensibly. The court may say, you know what, yeah, you do have a contract, okay, but we're not gonna take this lady's home that you treated so ridiculously poorly, because that would be just grossly unfair. So no, we're not doing the foreclosure. That you tricked her, you know, it was a fraudulent, you know, contract or whatever. That's equity. And that's equity in foreclosure. You follow? Does that make sense to everyone? So when you're dealing with foreclosure because they're taking away a property, they look not only at the law affecting the situation. It's a very important part, but they also look at the intrinsic fairness of what's happening. But for both people, not just, for the borrower. So for example, and the reason not just for the borrower is because another maxim is, you have to, if you're going to seek the court's equity, you have to come to the court with clean hands. So you can't be like, oh, we both, me and Johnny went out and we robbed the 7-Eleven and Johnny didn't give me my cut. That's unfair. You go to court with that, you're going to lose. You're also an idiot, but you're going to lose because you didn't get the money legally. You're both thieves. You stole from 7-Eleven, right? So the court's not going to reward you by giving you your cut because you didn't come with clean hands. And I think that kind of addresses also what you asked, Joe. Is, you got to do the right thing before you ask the court to make the other side do the right thing. And that's part of equity as well. Okay, like Judge Judy, who I don't really watch, but once in a blue, is probably a good example of ruling equity, trying to come to what's fair. I'm assuming. Makes sense? Okay, any questions on this before we take a 15-minute break? All right, perfect. We'll take a break. We'll be back at 10:30, and we'll jump into the mechanics. All right, folks, we're back. Give everyone a chance to wake up. I can make it like an alarm clock noise. So we talked about law and equity and that the foreclosure court sits in both. Okay, so when you understand courts, you know, again, the key takeaway is that you have to understand that certain issues before a court are judged by fairness and other issues before a court are judged by written law. Okay, it's also important to understand that our legal system, and there's different types. Sorry, I got a message. Sorry about that. Okay, so different types of matters are based either in law and equity. So in our legal system, okay, unlike other legal systems, we look at both written laws, statutes, you know, like what you think of as laws, like the law books, the statutes, like the Florida statutes passed by the legislator, but we also look at prior case law, what we call precedent. And every time a judge, an appellate judge, okay, makes a decision, and I guess before I go there, I'll just basically there's 3 levels of courts. I don't know how familiar you are with the court system in general, but there's 3 levels of courts in Florida. The first level of court, and to make things even more confusing, in the first level of court, there's 3 levels. Okay, so we'll use Broward County as an example. In Broward County, you have 2 types of court. You have circuit court, which is higher than county court. And when I say higher, it just means it deals with more expensive or serious matters. So in county court, and every county has its own county court, okay? Although some counties, not Broward, but some counties share circuit courts. So Broward's big enough, we have our own circuit court, okay? But other counties, like Manatee, they share it with other counties. So a circuit court will be maybe across 2 or 3 counties, but the county courts sit in each county. And the judges are different. You have county court judges, you have circuit court judges, but they're all elected in Florida. Okay, all the trial level courts, and these are all trial level courts. And in county court, you have 2 types of courts. You have a small claims court, which is typically under $5,000 or I think $10,000. It's going to be soon anyway. And then you have up to 30, which is soon going to be up to $50,000 at play. Okay, and that's their jurisdiction. And then you have circuit court, which is the jurisdiction for anything larger, more major, like county court. You'll have if you do a traffic ticket, it's in county court. If you, technically, if you do, felony, you're going to be in circuit court. And those are different judges, okay, with different levels of authority, okay, based on different things. And what's at stake here for all of these trial courts is their jurisdiction. You guys have all heard the term jurisdiction, but all you need to know is jurisdiction means power. Okay, does the court have power? What is the court's power? What is their jurisdiction? It's like, you see in the old cop movies, like, oh, I can't cross county lines. It's out of my jurisdiction, because they don't have power if you're a Broward cop in Palm Beach. Although that's not actually true, just from the movies, but that's the example of jurisdiction. So the trial court level is where the courts sit in equity and at law. They hear the facts of the case, and then the judge decides the legal issues, and the jury decides what the facts are. In other words, who to believe. Okay, but so they do it together. And if there's no jury, like a non-jury trial, for whatever reason, like a foreclosure jury trials are waived, the judge sits in both rooms. They decide what the law is, and they decide who is who's the most credible account of the facts. Okay, and the trial court decides that and makes a ruling on that issue. You sued for breach of contract, Kip gets 30 grand. That's our judgment. Okay. If the person who Kip sued decides they disagree and they think that the court made an error in finding for Kip, they have the right to appeal to the next level up, which in our case is the District Court of Appeals. Okay, and those sit across multiple circuits. So a circuit may sit across multiple counties or may not. District Courts of Appeal, I think there's 5 in Florida that cover Florida. Some places like Dade and Monroe have their own. Broward and Palm Beach have their own. But like the entire panhandle is just one. It goes by population. Okay, so our District Court of Appeal actually sits in Palm Beach. And we would take it up, it's called the 4th. We would take it to the 4th District Court of Appeal, and we would lay out an appeal saying, look, here are the reasons the judge was wrong. Now that court can only look at the court case, not the whole situation. So if someone didn't introduce a certain fact into evidence, the appellate court's not going to consider it. And they will decide basically if the court is right or wrong. They will issue a decision. We agree, the trial court was right, affirmed, it's called. Okay, or they'll say, no, they were wrong. It goes back down there and they have to find it this way because they made an error. They're reversed. And typically when it's wrong, almost always, there's going to be a written opinion as to why. And sometimes even when it's right, they want to explain themselves. These are called case law, okay? They get put into reporters, they get put into books or the internet. Now, if you still disagree with how they found, you can ask the Supreme Court of Florida if they also want to review it. There's a few things they must review, but generally speaking, for what we're talking about, you can go to the Supreme Court of Florida and say, look, you know, the 3rd district says this, the 4th district says that. Would you please take a look at this and tell us which one's right? Or we feel they got this one wrong. Would you please, this issue is important, more important than our case, it's important to a bunch of people. Will you please take a look at it and make a final decision? They can say yes or no. If they say no, the District Court of Appeal stands. It goes back to the trial court to be fixed the way that they say. You didn't win, you lost, or Kip only gets 20 grand. The trial court fixes it. That's the very basics of our 3-tiered legal system. Trial court, appellate court, Supreme Court. Okay, that's how it works here. Now, those Supreme Court decisions override and have more value, legally speaking, than the appellate court decisions. Okay, however, appellate court decisions and Florida Supreme Court decisions are legally binding. And what that means is that judges, trial court judges, are required to follow what they say. So if appellate court decision says, in this case, the Supreme Court decision says, the statute of limitation on foreclosures can restart acceleration any month during the installments, that's what every court in the state has to now follow as the law. So our legal system is based both on the statutes set out in the legislature and the case law that both interprets the statutes, the written law, and deals with equitable issues and things that fall between the statutes, which is a surprising number of things. So many of the things you sue for are not really written down anywhere. They just have grown over the course of 170 years or more, in some cases 1,000 years, to be the established law of the land. It's called precedent. Okay, not every place is like this. In certain countries and one state, they don't look at case law. They only look at statutes. And France, Louisiana are 2 examples of a country and example of a state where you don't look at case law. Not really, a little bit in Louisiana, but generally speaking, you only look at what the statutory law is, and each trial court judge gets to make their own decision without discussion. Okay, and that's called the civil law. But we're not that. We look at case law in Florida. Yes.
So don't you have to basically like to go to the Supreme Court or to have them hear your case? Don't you have to justify to them like the magnitude of the case or why the case isn't circumstantial just to maybe you and your party and the other parties involved? Doesn't it have to have like a larger scheme to it for them to have to like take a look at it?
That's for the Supreme Court, yes.
Right. Okay.
Not for the district court.
Okay. Just
You
making
can
sure.
appeal, you can appeal to the district court as a matter of right. In other
Gotcha.
words, they have to consider your situation and either agree or disagree. The
Okay.
Supreme Court, for the most part, is discretionary.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
So does that make sense? And yes, we're still in the summons slide. I'm just giving background. Someone asked. So everyone kind of get that idea? So when the courts sit to look at cases, the trial courts, they're going to look at both the statutory law, they're going to look at the contracts and the documents in front of them, and they're going to also look at what all the judges in their jurisdiction, in their area, did in the past. And in most cases, you know, that's all very consistent. Okay? Any questions on that? I know it's a ton of information, but I wanted Joel to start on a level playing field for before we jump into the mechanics.
Professor
Okay.
Singer, I'm still just a tad bit confused, maybe other
Oh,
people.
but please, this is what I want you to ask.
So you're saying about the trial courts look at the cases, basically the case law, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said the Supreme Court, maybe I'm just wrong. So some states will only look at the statutory laws, not necessarily the case law, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe backwards.
Yeah, but don't worry about that for Florida. Just drawing a distinction.
Gotcha.
In Florida and 49 of the states, they will look both at statutes and case law.
All right.
They're
Thank
both the law. When people, it's the law. Sometimes they're talking about statutes. Sometimes they're talking about cases. Okay. I mean, let me take a second. And I want to show you, maybe if I visualize this, it'll help. So if you give me 1 second, I think I can do that. I did, okay. So. Okay, everyone see my new screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is a case called Johnson v. Davis. Okay, which is, we discussed actually in the earlier class. This is the case that said that buyer beware is slightly limited in residential only transactions. That if there's a hidden defect, the seller is supposed to disclose. Only if it's hidden, not if it's findable. Okay, that was this case, Johnson v. Davis. Okay, as you can see here in the name of the case, right? This is, I just pulled something. You know, I pay a lot of money for reporter services, but this is quicker. There's a number code, okay, for the case. Okay, and what this means that if you go to the 480th book in the second Southern Reporter series and look at page 625, you'll find this case. And when you see those pictures with all those books in the background, those are the reporters. Okay, those really don't exist anymore. It's all on the internet. Like I don't have those books in my office. I used to, but they become outdated and we're all paperless now. But they still put them in the same nomenclature. We're actually on the Southern third because I think we got to 1,000 books, and so there's thousands of these books full of cases. And this is just Southern. That's just like Florida and Georgia, and I think Alabama. Okay, now in this case, the judges, you'll see, that's Adkins judge. He wrote this opinion. This is a Supreme Court of Florida case. Okay, and he states the facts, and then lower down, if you see here, he starts looking at prior cases. You see Rammel v. Chasebrook. The 4th District affirmed in Banks v. Salina. These are other prior cases that the Supreme Court looked at to come to this decision. So they carried forth the history of other cases and then logically brought it forward to this case. They may look at old cases and say, look, that was the law then, now it's different. They can actually disagree and invalidate old cases as well. Okay, it's a big part of what we do as lawyers, is making sure we're using correct current law. But you can see, if you look through all this, there's a ton of cases in there. This is what case law looks like. Okay, so an attorney needs to go through tens, hundreds of cases. I spent over the last 3 weeks, 50 odd hours preparing an appellate brief. And a good chunk of that was case law research on the issue. Okay, it was just an incredible amount of work to read all these, digest it, compare it, and pull out conclusions that are going to be convincing. Okay, that's case law. And then you can look at, you guys can still see it, right?
Yep.
Okay, this is one you all might want to look at. This is the Florida Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, Florida Chapter 83. Okay, you can look at this, and each statute written by the legislature sets forth a rule. And in Florida, unlike the federal government, though I kind of wish it was the federal government the same, each statute only deals with one issue. That's why you have all these different numbered statutes, not these 600-page long statutes like you hear about in the news. Florida statutes are a couple sentences to maybe a page, because each one has to be one issue. So in this case, attorney's fees in any action brought to enforce the provisions of a rental agreement or this part, meaning Chapter 83, the party whose favor a judgment or degree has been rendered may recover reasonable attorney's fees and costs from the non-prevailing party. Okay, the right to attorney's fees may not be waived in the lease. Remember, I said you can agree to whatever you want in a lease, unless it's illegal, unless it's countermanded by the law. The right to attorney's fees in this section may not be waived in the lease. Okay, however, blah blah blah. That's a statute. That's passed by the legislature, the Florida Congress and House, and it's the law. But the cases that interpret this statute are also the law. So when we talk about it's the law, what we're talking about is statutes plus case law, plus, because there's always a plus, what we call, finally, secondary sources. So there are, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead, a question?
I don't know, that was just a comment. Nova Law.
Nova Law. Yeah, Nova Law Review. I was actually on the Nova Law Review, but they have two. They have the International Journal. They also International Journal Law Review. That was just a lot more typing, so I brought up the other one.
But only law students are allowed in the actual library in the law building.
Really?
It has
I
a
don't think that's right.
Only during the bar season, is that true?
Yeah, I think they only lock it down. I mean, when I went, everyone came because it's quiet. Because law students will kill you if you make noise. But I think it is open except during bar exams. But either way, it's all online, as you can see. Okay, so our good friend Mark Budnitz, I have no idea who that is, wrote this article about touching, tapping, and taking the formations of contracts in cyberspace, which is actually kind of interesting. Talking about technology apparently, and oh yeah, this is actually, I may actually read this. Talking about e-sign, EFTA, FTC, and stuff. This is actually stuff I deal with on a regular basis. So I may actually read this. Try to read some of them. This is called secondary sources. This is also used, what the great minds think. And there's this kind, and then there's more encyclopedic ones where very, very smart people write books. And if they're good books, you can use them in your law case. These are part of the law too. It's called secondary sources. It's not as good to use this for precedent as it is, which is one commenting on the law, as it is to use an actual case or a statute, but it still can be very useful. And it's actually, some of these books and articles can be incredibly good. They're written by sometimes judges or people who should be judged. Actually, I have a couple of friends that write these books. One of them, he actually wrote the book when I taught the foreclosure class here at Nova. He actually wrote the book we use. So I actually brought him in as a guest speaker. Kind of cool. And anyway, they write these books, and you can also use these. These are also part of the law. Okay, though they're not as powerful law review articles, they're not as powerful as case law or statute. So when you're talking about the law, understand you're talking about this entire body of knowledge that evolves over time. So when you hear lawyers say maybe, which you're always going to hear lawyers say, you ask them any question, they go, well, it's probably this, or it's this unless. And you've probably heard me say it 15 times where I stop myself and go, well, there's an exception. I try so hard not to do that. It's confusing. The reason we have to say that is really twofold. Number one, I told you about the case I have that hopefully is going before the Supreme Court. We're waiting to see if they take it up. The law was uncontested in our favor when we won the case. When we took it up to the district judge decided that she disagreed with all of the other districts and all the previous law and changed it for Broward and Palm Beach. And we ended up losing. We were right when it was in court, but the law changed. I had to go back to the client and say, yeah, I know we won, but now we lost because they changed the law on us. And now we're taking it up to the Supreme Court because there's a conflict between areas. So when that happens, the Supreme Court should say who's right. So the law actually changes on a minute-to-minute daily basis. There's entire services that lawyers should and do subscribe to that do nothing but chronicle and abstract, meaning, cut them down to their briefest form, like the Cliff Notes, the cases that come out every day by subject matter. So every week I have to kind of look at the cases that came out in the prior week in the areas I practice on to make sure I'm not talking about bad law. And even if I used a case 3 weeks ago, I got to jump back onto my service and make sure it hasn't been overridden by a new case because it's constantly changing. So when lawyers talk about, oh my gosh, you told me this, but now it's this, what happened? It's because the law is evolving. A perfect example is I have a client a decade ago, we did a foreclosure defense for him. And he had a first and a second, and only the first mortgage, went after him. Second mortgage, he stopped paying both, just didn't say anything. And, it was a couple of years in, we ended up getting him a loan mod. No big deal. He went on. 5 years came and went. He called us, I'm like, you're good. 5 years came and went. They can't come after you. The Supreme Court changed the law on acceleration and dates. And 7 years in, they decided to sue him. He calls up like, they're suing me. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, the law changed. Now they can. So that's a tough situation, but it's one you have to understand and take into account. Is laws change. Okay. Any questions on
yeah,
this?
I have a question.
I'm listening.
When does like the federal courts get involved?
Sure, it's a good question, and I don't mind answering it. It's another level of confusion. Okay, because this is a little bit confusing. So we're talking everything about state court. Okay, and to understand this, I used the term jurisdiction before. Okay, and jurisdiction is a very easy but big concept. And jurisdiction really concerns power. And by that, I mean whether or not the court, in this case, has the power over the person and or the issue. Okay, not every court has power over every person, and not every court has power over every issue. And a good example of this is I may discipline my kids, but I can't discipline your kids. I have jurisdiction over my kids. I don't have jurisdiction over your kids. But my jurisdiction over my kids is limited, right? I can discipline about some things, other things I'll probably go to jail for if I try. So I don't have jurisdiction there. I'm kind of stretching the analogy. But the my kids, your is the easiest way to think about it. So if an issue is just under Florida law and it doesn't cut across state lines and it doesn't interfere with any federal statutes or any areas where the federal government said that this is our issue, not yours, then the federal court doesn't have jurisdiction to consider that case. Only the Florida court does. Okay? But if it's a federal issue, let's say the person's being accused of violating the Fair Debt Practices Act, you can bring that in federal court. And because there's not as many federal courts as state courts, the federal court said that you can also bring that if you want in Florida court, interpreting federal law. There's a cooperation sometimes. Okay, you can bring it in Florida court as well. It's called concurrent jurisdiction. Multiple courts have jurisdiction. You can decide which way you want to go. So federal courts have jurisdiction over interstate matters and matters under their domain. In other words, matters under federal law or what's called federal preemption. And there's a pecking order to jurisdiction. Just like the Florida Supreme Court is more powerful and can override the district court, which can override the circuit court, and the circuit court in some extent can even override the county court. It's kind of like something rolls downhill. The federal courts work the same way. Okay, a federal court on the same issue can override a state law, or in some cases, a state court rule. But it's a little more confusing than that. Like you can't have it can be difficult for a federal trial court to override the Florida Supreme Court because it's like all sorts of weird way it rolls downhill, kind of like one of those old pachinko machines. But there's a power to it. Now, federal court within their jurisdiction works very similarly to Florida courts. Now, understand not every state is set up, but in federal court, there are trial courts, which are called, just to be confusing, district courts. So in Florida, our trial courts are called circuit courts, or first level appellate courts are called district courts. In federal court, the trial courts are called district courts. Okay, and we have three in Florida. We have the Southern District, the Middle District, and anyone want to guess what the third one is? Northern? Yes, the Northern District. See how that works? The feds are very, very, very smart. The Northern District. And each one's separate. Like if I'm licensed, when you get licensed in Florida, you're licensed for all courts in Florida. But if you get licensed in the Southern District, you're not licensed in the Middle or Northern. Okay, you have to get licensed separately in each of the three, which I happen to be, but it's because it's easy. But you're not automatically because it's jurisdictional. Okay, and in the federal court, we also have the bankruptcy court, which is part of the federal court system. Okay, but part of, but separate. And we'll go over that more probably tomorrow, next week.
Professor?
Yes.
I have a specific question just so that I can make sure like my order is straight. You
Please.
said that there's 3 levels of court in court in Florida, sorry. And you listed like 5. So I
did. So you got the 3 levels are trial court, appellate court, Supreme Court.
Okay, but then there's circuit.
But within the trial court, within the trial court level, there's different courts. There's county and circuit.
Okay.
And small claims.
And small claims are all under trial?
Yes, those are all types of trial courts in Florida.
Okay.
I'm not saying there's 3 courts. I'm saying there's 3 levels of
levels, yeah. And
you
then
have the trial court, the
district,
intermediate appeal,
and then the District Court of Appeals lands where? In Supreme or
the
Appellate?
District Court of Appeals, the Florida District Court of Appeals is our intermediate appellate court, our middle level appellate. Okay, whereas the Southern District Federal Court of Appeals is their trial court. And they only have one. Okay, and within that trial, within the district court in federal, sits also the bankruptcy court, which is like a subsidiary. It's the easiest way to explain it for now. Now, if you lose there, you just go to the Court of Appeal. And then, like in Florida, you go up to the United States Supreme Court if they decide to do it. And those are for yes.
I know this isn't on PowerPoint.
It's okay if it's not. For the exam, I mean, just kind of have people may need a basic understanding of how a court system works. But more importantly, you need a basic understanding of how a court system works for your job. You need to know really the difference between a trial court and an appellate court. That's really the big piece. Okay, is that a trial court is where your case gets heard, and appellate court is where the court decides if the trial court did their job right. It's really just that simple. in theory, and you need to understand the basis of law. Where law comes from statutes, it comes from written case opinions, and to some extent it comes from scholarly articles. Not that different. I mean, look, we're all like knee deep in COVID, and you keep hearing about these scientific journals. Those are the scholarly articles for the medical field. So when doctors get their authority, their knowledge to make decisions, they're going to look at like the written information, and they're going to look at these scholarly articles, these opinions of other experts. Right? So it's not that different. That makes sense, better sense that way? Okay. So when we're talking about this, we're talking about trial court. Trial court is where you go to trial, even if you never make it to trial. That's where someone decides the issues of law, and that's where someone decides the issues of fact, meaning whose version of the facts is correct. Now, I'm not going to talk about society, wokeism, or political correctness, but I am going to address the term. I refuse to talk about any of that stuff. I am going to express the term your truth. Okay, we're hearing this term a lot, but that you tell your truth, that's your truth. Well, in law, there's only one truth. That's the truth. Okay. Then each side has their truth, your truth. Okay, that's their subjective viewpoint or perspective of the truth. And it's up to the court, either the jury or the judge, depending on the case, to decide which version or combination of the individual truth is actually the truth. And they'll do this by looking at things like credibility, common sense, gut feeling, however it is that the jury may make a decision who's telling the story, or between the 10 witnesses, what the actual story was. Because to each of those individuals that are testifying, let's say, they each have their own version of the truth. They each have their own perspective. But the idea of what's called a finding of fact is that it becomes the official truth. Okay, and that's a very important concept in the law, is what's called a finding of fact. So when a court makes a finding, that's just like we found out, we did an investigation, we found out of fact, this is the official version. You know, we find that there was a contract. We find that Juliet breached the contract. We find that, you know, Matthew was damaged for $30,000. And based on those findings, we order she has to repay him $30,000. Okay, those findings that there was a contract that was breached, those are facts. Those are the truth. Those aren't Juliet's truth, because she wholly disagrees. Because Matt, you know, he didn't do what he said he was going to do and paint the house, whatever it was, right? But this is the truth now. It's set out, finding of fact. Okay, that makes sense? That's what a court does. And then it takes those truths, those findings of fact, whether it's from a jury or the judge themselves in certain cases, like a foreclosure case, and they take those facts using the case law as a filter, the statutes as a filter, and they apply the law to those facts to come out with a decision of what to do, to resolve the dispute. The whole goal is always to resolve the dispute. Okay, but they take the facts, they apply the law, and they come with a decision of how to resolve it. That's what trial courts do. That is their sole, well, I won't do the lawyering, that's their sole function. Makes sense? Any have questions on that? And you know, if you're reporters, I'd say this is all back for the most part, but you kind of need to understand. So what we're going to talk about for the remainder of this class, and also for a good chunk of next class, is what's the process that you'll use as real estate developers, if necessary, to get to that truth and to get to that application to your dispute. Now, mind you, generally speaking, you're never going to go to a lawsuit if there's no dispute. And a large part of what a lawyer does is help their clients avoid disputes. So you're going to go, when Angelo is a big ticket developer, he's going to go to his team of lawyers and say, hey, write a contract that's not going to get me sued. Okay, and that's you know, a big part of it too. But we're not talking about that part. We're talking about the sue part. Okay, so the first step in a lawsuit, now we can jump into it, okay, there's three parts basically in starting a lawsuit, really two plus one if it's real estate law. The first part is a summons. And a summons, as you may have guessed, because you've been staring at this screen for an hour, it is simply a writ, which is a process, a piece of paper that starts the lawsuit and requires the person being sued to appear and answer. Okay? It invokes the court's jurisdiction. A summons invokes the court's jurisdiction. The summons is not written by the lawyer. It's written by the court. I mean, it's physically written by the lawyer, but the court stamps it. Okay, so when I file a lawsuit, I will have a complaint or a petition. We'll just say complaint for now. And I will have summonses to each of the defendants with their addresses and whatnot. The summonses are like, be now ye crazy person, you are hereby summoned to appear and answer the complaint within 20 days. And if you have disabilities, this, that, and the other. Okay, and it's this whole like 2-page thing and translated sometimes, depending on the type of case, et cetera, et cetera. And that is a legal process that officially, according to the force of law, and by the force of law, I mean like people with guns, cops and bailiffs and such, brings the defendant under the power of the trial court, the jurisdiction of the trial court, as long as the trial court has the ability, based on all those things we talked about, to have power over them. So, for example, if I was going to summons someone who lives in Kazakhstan to Florida court, I can try, but what's the Florida court doesn't have the power to reach out and bring him in. But if I decide to sue George, he lives in Florida, the Florida court does have jurisdiction over him and literally has the power, if he doesn't show up, to ruin his life. They issue judgments against him, maybe have him arrested, whatever it is. Okay, that's jurisdiction. So the summons is what kicks it off. Okay, it starts in a foreclosure with a complaint. And if you want to think of what a complaint is, just look at the name. The plaintiff, the one who brings the suit, is complaining. Man, they owe me the money and they didn't pay. That sucks. I want their house. That's all a complaint is. Complaints, I've written 2-page complaints. I've written, because the headers and footers are a page by itself, and I've written 50-page complaints. It can be very detailed, very simple. At the end of the day, it's literally just the plaintiff, okay, complaining about something and asking the court to settle the dispute. The person or more likely people they're suing, they're complaining against, are called defendants. Okay. However, just because we got to make things as confusing as possible. If someone brings a petitioner, oh, I just messed it up. If someone brings a petition, I was going to ask, now I can't. The plaintiff is called a petitioner. Okay, and they don't sue defendants, they sue respondents. I'm not even going to try to explain why. Just understand that for all intents and purposes, a plaintiff and a petitioner are the same thing, and a respondent and a defendant are the same thing, and a complaint and a petition are the same thing. Except certain areas of law, like divorces, they use petitions. In certain areas of law, like foreclosures, they use complaints. They are, for all intents and purposes, the same.
Professor,
So don't be confused. Yes.
So
don't worry, George. We're not really suing you.
When people get served, that's the summons itself that they're being handed.
Yes.
And then, so what happens if there's failure to appear?
We will go over that.
Okay.
But long story short, to cut the suspense, is they can be defaulted, meaning that by not appearing, they've waived their rights to appear and defend themselves. It doesn't mean the law doesn't apply. It still does. It just means they're waiving their defenses to the law. And we'll go over what defenses to the law mean. It's a very important concept. But when you get summons, that's the court invoking jurisdiction over you. Once they have jurisdiction over you and you decide not to defend yourself, then the court can do whatever it wants. in effect, without hearing your side. And you don't want that. So always, always, always figure out a way to answer your lawsuits. Okay, to some extent at least. Okay, but this is what brings it. Now also in property related lawsuits, there is another document that goes along with the complaint called the Liz Pendants. Okay, for non-official extra credit. Anyone tell me what a Liz Pendants means? A little Latin, guys. Late enough on a Saturday, you can do the Latin. No one, no one?
So
Liz
legal-
Pendants?
legal
What
notice.
was the question?
What is a Liz Pendants?
It's a
What's it
legal,
mean?
some sort of formal document, right? Like a needle. It's got to be a
I
legal
mean,
document of some kind.
Liz Pendants literally means, good guess, Liz Pendants literally means pending lawsuit. So a Liz Pendants is nothing but a notice of pending lawsuit. This Liz Pendants gets recorded in the public records, the official records, the same place we record deeds and mortgages. And the purpose of this Liz Pendants document is just like the purpose of recording a deed. It's to put third parties on notice that this lawsuit regarding this property is occurring. So if I do a foreclosure and I record a Liz Pendants, and then 3 months later, they transfer the property to Max, Max is going to get it subject to my foreclosure case. He's not really going to get anything because I filed a Liz Pendants. If I didn't record the Liz Pendants, I couldn't foreclose Max's interest because I didn't put him on notice as a third party. Okay, so it's a very important part, but it literally just means pending action. Pendants, pending, Liz action, pending lawsuit. Okay, and it's a very important part of any property related lawsuit when you're dealing with ownership of the property, not breach of contract for purchase and sale. That's different. That's not ownership. But ownership of the property, foreclosures, quiet titles, all that, you want to do Liz Pendants. Okay, otherwise you lose your position potentially in the chain of title. Okay, so Liz Pendants, pending action, gets recorded in the official records, puts the world on notice as a lawsuit regarding ownership of the property. Okay, when the summons with a copy of the complaint and a copy of the Liz Pendants, okay, and typically some other nonsense, will get served by a process server, okay, who's someone who's licensed or appointed by the state to officially deliver this package. When they do, they make a note, it gets filed with the court, it's an affidavit actually, filed with the court saying, I serve so-and-so on this date, and that is the official time that those, for a foreclosure case anyway, 20 days to respond to the complaint begins to run. Sorry, taking a sip. A lot of yapping. All right, so a Liz Pendants, take the suspense out, is a pending lawsuit. Okay, it talks about the jurisdiction over the property by the court. While the action is pending, it's recorded in the chain of title, required or permitted in some jurisdictions to warn all persons that the property is subject to suit. Now, you'll get this, I'll publish this. Okay, the complaint is the initial pleading. Okay, complaint's called a pleading because they're pleading and complaining and whining that starts a lawsuit, states the basis for the court's jurisdiction. In other words, this is Broward County property or in the Broward County Circuit. The basis for the claim, we had a mortgage, they didn't pay it, and what you want, your demand for relief. We want them to pay us back, even if it means selling the property. And really, as long as the complaint has those things, it's a valid complaint, at least to get filed. Okay, and like we mentioned before about a petition. Okay, in foreclosures, there's often other documents, like I said, that need to be included when you first file under the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act and also the Florida Debt Collection Practices Act version of it. You need to put a notice in that little package that goes out. The local rules, depending on what county you are and what year it is, have other forms that need to get stuck in there. The original note and mortgage are supposed to be attached to the complaint, though in reality, it's just the copies and then you turn in the originals later. But it has to be a true copy of the originals and any assignments of the mortgage to show that the correct lender is sued. Okay, will typically get attached to the complaint. Some places, sometimes you'll even do the default letter, you know. Now, within 20 days of the filing of the pleading, the defendant must file a response. Okay, if they don't file a response, okay, they face the possibility of a default judgment, and they may also waive any affirmative defenses. Okay, we're going to get to affirmative defenses, very important concept. But before we get there, okay, typically one of three, this just says two, but I'll give you the real deal. One of three documents is filed: either a motion to dismiss, an answer, or in most cases within those 20 days, what gets filed is a motion for more time to respond. Literally, it's called a motion. And in almost every case, the attorney, they go and hire an attorney, so like, I just got hired, can I have another 20 days, 30 days? And they do, and that's fine too. But you can file just that within the 20 days. Like, I need more time. Okay, which is enough for the 20-day clock not to get. Then once that extra time goes by, that's the real one. The defendant or defendants are going to file either a motion to dismiss or an answer. And the motion to dismiss and the answer are two very different things. Okay, a motion to dismiss is saying that this lawsuit as filed is unwinnable. Not, they shouldn't win, but it's impossible for them to win. It's fatally defective. It's missing something or breaks some rule that makes it broken. Okay, and that's a big deal. So it could be, you know, they failed to state a cause of action. In other words, they had to say it's a breach of contract. They had to say there was a contract. They had to say that they breached it, and they had to show damage, say there was damage. The attorney who writes it, right? So they had a contract and they breached it. Therefore, we want money. Well, they didn't say what the damages were. They missed one of the three things you must prove. Therefore, it's defective. Even if the judge agreed with them wholeheartedly, there's nothing for the judge to do because they never claimed what the damage was, right? They just claimed that there was a contract and a breach. They didn't say damage. So it's missing a piece. It's fatally defective. It may also be like, they, you know, we live in New Jersey, this court doesn't have power over us. Okay, and then there's bases of why it might or might not. And that would also be a motion to dismiss. Okay, now these will get heard at a hearing where the judge will decide, okay, I reviewed everything, I heard your arguments, and the complaint's fine. What you said is nonsense. It's not a basis to dismiss, and the case moves to the next step. You have 10 days to follow your answer, Mr. Defendant. When a judge looks at a complaint to determine a motion to dismiss, they look at it in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, assuming all assumptions in favor of the plaintiff. Okay, so they're looking at it really not if the plaintiff is going to win or lose, but whether or not the complaint is broken. If looking at it in the most favorable light to the plaintiff, assuming everything in favor of the plaintiff that's reasonable, they still say there's still no way they can win, they didn't plead damages, then they can dismiss the case. Because why go forward? It's unwinnable. If they look at it and say, look, this is a breach of contract for a contract that was entered in Ottawa with an Ottawa native, and I'm a Florida judge, I have no power over an Ottawa contract, I have no power over an Ottawa native, you know, what are you doing here? They can dismiss the case. Okay, it's fatally defective. Almost always, 98, 99% of the time, Okay, the dismissal will be without prejudice. Okay, and this is like to the movies, like, assassinate him with extreme prejudice, get Jason Bourne, extreme prejudice. Prejudice, just in this case, means finality. Okay, so that's just another use of the word prejudice. Okay, so it's dismissed without finality, meaning that the plaintiff can fix the mistake and move forward. They file an amended complaint, which then there'll be a time to answer. It's actually just 10 days. And they can either file another motion to dismiss or an answer. Okay. Once in a blue moon, like the Ottawa situation, the court may dismiss it with prejudice. And that means it's just done. You can't fix it, you're done. So a perfect example, a lawsuit I'm defending, it's kind of a, not going to go into the details, kind of a silly suit, partly. And they filed three counts. And we filed a motion to dismiss. The judge dismissed the case. On 2 of the counts, he dismissed it with prejudice because there's no way, it's not fixable. But on the 3rd count, he said, there may be some possible way they can restate this. So there's a suit here. So he gave them 20 days to fix that 1 count. Counts in a complaint are individual lawsuits. They're like mini lawsuits within the main lawsuit. So you may have a count for a breach of note, you may have a count for a breach of mortgage, you may have a count for a breach of guarantee. All part of the same lawsuit, but they're different parts of it. Okay, and they can be separated. Okay, and the way you know it's a count is if it could be its own lawsuit, if the other ones weren't there, it's a count. If it can't, then it's just part of another. Okay, so the motion to dismiss can be mixed, dismiss with prejudice, without prejudice, but the important part to know, the prejudice is finality, and if it's dismissed, which it rarely is with prejudice, it's over. If it's dismissed without prejudice, it's just a gimme. You get a do-over, and you can get 3, 4 of them, which can be very frustrating on the side. If, however, we're going a little out of order, so that's some examples of the motion to dismiss is failure to state a proper claim, jurisdictional, lack of standing. So an example of standing is the correct person to bring the lawsuit. So if I have a mortgage and I assign it to Max, and Max decides that he wants to foreclose the mortgage on Juliet, so he says, hey, Gary, foreclose the mortgage. So I file a mortgage foreclosure case against Juliet. I don't have standing. I don't own the note anymore. I don't own the mortgage. Max does. Or if Max, knowing I'm going to assign it to him, gets a head start and sues Juliet before he gets it assigned, he doesn't have standing yet. He doesn't own it yet. Not the right person to bring the lawsuit. Okay, if you decide to sue the government because you think the taxes are too high, you don't have standing, just as a member of the general public. That's a Supreme Court case. Okay, so that's what standing is. It's the right, you being the correct person to bring the suit. Mootness means that the issue is already over. Okay, so, Max files a lawsuit, and from the time he files it to the time their answers due, they sell the property and pay off his loan. They could respond saying, I want it dismissed as a mootness. More likely, Max's attorney would dismiss it for mootness because it's been paid off. It's just not an issue anymore. It's moot. And then we talked about the failure of condition precedent, like the acceleration. Okay, those are motion to dismiss things that typically you'll say. The answer, after you get past the motion to dismiss if necessary, okay, is the first pleading by the defendant that addresses the actual merits of the case. Not whether the complaint is broken, but the merits. And in that, they will, when you do a complaint, if you see them, it's, line 1, so-and-so. Line 3, there was a note. Line 4, they breached the note by not paying. Line 5, blah, blah, blah. So on each one of those, the defendant will go, I admit this. I deny this. And that's really all an answer, and it is. They're admitting certain allegations, like they may admit to jurisdiction because the property is here in Broward, but they're denying they breached the note. Okay? And it also sets forth defenses and counterclaims. Let me just see something really quick. Yeah. Okay, we'll go over defenses in a second, but a counterclaim is where you counter sue or sue the plaintiff back. So you sue the bank sues you back. Okay, that's a counterclaim. Since it's the same set of core facts, it all gets decided in the same lawsuit. Defendants can also sue other defendants. So let's say I sue Max and George over the breach of this note, but unbeknownst to me, George had promised Max in writing to pay all of the payments. Max can sue George for what's called indemnification to honor their agreement. Same core facts. That cross claim will be part of the same lawsuit. Okay, any questions on that? A very important part of an answer is that's where the defendant will put forth their affirmative defenses. Okay, and an affirmative defenses is the assertion or the saying of facts and argument that, if true, will defeat the plaintiff's claim, even if the allegations in the complaint are true. I call them yeah buts. Okay, I've always called them yeah buts because that's what they are to me. Okay, and the reason I call them yeah buts is you killed that guy. Yeah, but it was in self-defense. Right? You killed that lady. Yeah, but she took the remote. You know, they're yeah buts. That's kind of funny. Yeah buts, right? You didn't pay your note. Yeah, but you didn't service it properly. Okay, these are yeah, but you don't have standing. Yeah, but you didn't accelerate the loan process. So affirmative defenses are yeah, but you're admitting in effect, you know, argumentatively, that even if what the plaintiff says is true, you're still not liable. The facts of the situation will hold you unliable, typically because of one of these, if you will, excuses. You know, duress, they forced me to do it. Insanity, you know, they were temporarily insane at the time of the criminal case. Okay, the concept of affirmative defense is very important because sometimes it's not a matter of, excuse me, not a matter of you, whether or not you did what they said you did, it's do they get the relief they're asking for. So what an affirmative defense says, yeah, you know, those facts are true, but they're not entitled to the relief. They're not entitled to the money. They're not entitled to sell my home. Those are affirmative defenses. Those are part of the answer. Very, very important part. Okay. Questions on the answer, affirmative defense, and motion dismissed. Okay. The yeah buts. Okay. I just think that's an easy way to think of it. I hope that helped you. Okay. After this happens, after you file your complaint, you get to the point where they filed the answer. Okay. The pleadings, which is they say pleadings for everything in the lawsuit, but really it's just the complaint and the answer. The pleadings are closed. We know what the plaintiff's complaining about. We know the response from the defendant. Now the case moves to the next stage. Okay, this is the discovery stage. And the discovery stage is just exactly what it sounds like. This is the period of time, this is the meat of the lawsuit, if you will, where each side tries to discover what the truth is, what the facts are, what the evidence are. Discovery is compulsory, excuse me, not compulsory, though sometimes that too. It's compulsory, meaning that, hold on one second. Each side has to respond to the other side's discovery. It's not optional. And if they don't respond, there can be significant sanctions. The case can be dismissed, it can be monetary fines. Okay, it's a compulsory process. That being said, it doesn't mean that the person asking can just ask for anything. They can't use discovery to harass, to abuse, They can't discover stuff that has nothing to do with the case. You know, so we're suing you for foreclosure. You know, what's your mother's shoe size? What's that have to do with this case? It's completely irrelevant. That you can't do, but you can. It's very broad range. You can ask a lot of weird stuff. You just can't go overboard towards harassing. Okay, discovery uses devices. The main devices are interrogatories, depositions, requests for admission, and requests for production. Okay, and we're going to go through each one briefly. Excuse me. Interrogatories are, can anyone want to tell me what interrogatories are? Let's make this, I need someone, someone must tell me or I'll choose someone what interrogatories are. Who do we not speak to today? Yeah. Gabramar, are you there? Gabby?
Isn't it just a bunch of questions, like written questions that you have to be asking during mitigation?
Yes, that is correct. Interrogatories are a list of written questions.
Okay, like an
That's
interrogation.
it. You know, just really, it could be yes or no. It could be, tell me about anyone else who knows about facts in this case. You know, where were you on the night in question? When did you make your last payment? They're literally just a list of questions. Okay, highly developed questions, mind you, that are required to be answered and sworn to. It's like almost like taking testimony. That's all interrogatories are. Okay, requests for admissions. Anyone want to take a stab on that? How about you, Dominic? What's a request for admission? Give me an easy one.
Is it a request to admit certain information into the discovery?
Boom. Yes. It's a request to admit certain facts. Admit that this is a correct copy of the loan. Admit that you stopped making payments on August 1st. You know, admit. And then a person only has to say, I admit, or I deny, or I object to the question. Okay? That's all it is. Admit this. And the reason you do it is because it narrows down the issues, the facts that are in dispute. If someone admits that they signed the contract, but the issue isn't that whether or not they signed it, it's what happened after, there's no reason to litigate and fight about whether or not the contract was signed. So admit you signed the note. Okay, I admit it, I did, but then you messed up. Okay, and that's request for admission. They're very straightforward. I mean, they can be tricky, but they're straightforward, admit or deny, and it's simply used to narrow down what else to ask about. The next piece is requests for production. And in a request for production, you're asking for the other side to produce tangible things. Send me all the paperwork you have about the situation. Send me your bank servicing records. Let me inspect the cow we're suing with. Come in for a medical exam on the personal injury claim you're making with our doctor. Okay, and that's what you're asking for. The other side can deliver it to you. They can say, okay, it's in our office. Feel free to come look with a photocopier. And there's whole services that'll go with you. But they have to produce, as long as it's not harassing, abusive, etc., copies or originals of what's being used.
I have a question on that real quick.
Yes.
So basically, wouldn't you have to put in a request for admissions for certain evidence and then ask for a request for production so that you're able to actually produce that evidence? Wouldn't it be like one then the other?
Kind of, yes, it is one than the other, though you kind of got the order mixed up. But yeah, it is one than the other. You don't have to do these all at the same time. Some are best done before others, and you can typically do multiple rounds of them.
Okay.
So you ask for certain information, certain questions. Based on those answers, you ask for different things. So for example, a typical interrogatory question you would ask is, who else knows about the facts of this case? And then the person answers, well, my mom, my friend George, and my brother Kip. Okay, and then you go, okay, great. So maybe you subpoena Kip for a deposition. Maybe you ask, well, how does your mom know? Whatever. So you do a second round based on it. And you'll use these documents with each other. So you may, do a request for production and then ask interrogatories about what was produced. So that is a very good point. Then typically you'll do a request for admissions towards the end of the discovery process after you have a lot of stuff. That is this a true copy? Is this I use a lot of true copies. That way I don't got to prove authenticity in trial. Okay. And then finally, a final part of discovery is a deposition. Okay, a deposition typically is where you sit down with the witness, could be the defendant, could be the plaintiff, but with the witness, and you ask them a series of questions with a stenographer or a videographer keeping track of it. Okay, and you'll typically do this after you have interrogatories, the production, etc., because that's where you're getting the questions. When was your last payment? Da, da, da. Now, you don't have to do all these things. Like in a foreclosure case, depositions, especially of the defendants, are very rare. Like if I'm filing a foreclosure for the lender, I really don't have anything I need to know. What am I going to ask the borrower? Why didn't you pay? Who cares? You didn't. But once in a while you'll do it, but typically all I need to know is, did you pay? And do you have a good affirmative defense? Why not? So I won't do a deposition. Depositions obviously are expensive because the lawyer not only has to prepare for them, they have to do them. Most lawyers go hourly. So you don't have to do them in every case, and you shouldn't do them in every case for that matter. Okay, but they're also incredibly powerful tool because you're talking to somebody. And let me tell you, if you ever meet an attorney who says they litigate and they don't have a deposition horror story, they don't actually litigate because they can be horrible. I will share, good and bad. I had a client, and his dad was also a client on this case, and it was like a very convoluted breach of contract real estate investment type case. And he was, very kind of a nervous guy, nice guy, but some people, you meet people and they're just very shifty, they're very nervous, and he really, it was a fair dispute, but he was on the being sued side. And we sat, and you always prepare your witness to explain what's going to happen at the deposition, what it feels like. You can't give them the answers, but you tell them, look, give me a minute so I can object if they ask a bad question. Take your time. Only answer the questions they ask. If it's a yes or no question, say yes or no. If they sit there staring at you for 20 seconds, don't feel the need to start talking. Okay, and I'll tell you something I learned as a lawyer. If you ever want someone to admit something to you, stop asking questions. Just look at them. Most people can't stand silence for more than 5 to 8 seconds. Within 5 to 8 seconds, the person will start spilling their guts. Like, what did you do? I really didn't mean it. That's how it works. But if you follow up really quick, what did you do? Why did you do it? You're never going to get an answer. Silence is beautiful in that position. And dealing with, loved ones and kids. So the dog doesn't always answer. Anyway, so anyway, I prepped him. He was nervous, for 3 hours. We got to the deposition. They asked him what his name was, and he spent the next 15 minutes, and I can't interrupt him, telling all the reasons, his life story, all the reasons why he didn't screw over his ex-business partner. As dad's looking, I'll do something. I'm like, to the point where the other attorney said, I just asked you your name. And he said, oh, and it's so and so, and he kept going. So needless to say, we got out of that deposition. It was just, I didn't know what to do. Like, it was the worst thing ever. And we ended up settling for a not very good deal for my client because he basically just admitted everything wrong on the record. And the worst part was he was like admitting the stuff he didn't do. So they can be crazy that way. But on the counter side, when you do a deposition, the person taking the deposition can ask questions, and then the other attorneys involved in the case can also. I had one the other day where I just asked him, like, well, why are you suing my client? And he's like, I don't know. Like, I went to my attorney, said he's the right person to sue. said, I don't think you ever met my client. You just met some of these other people he worked with. Why are you suing my guy? And he kept saying, I don't know. Like this, my lawyer told me to sue him. So we're entering settlement in that as well. I hope we're starting to talk about it. So it can work both ways, but depositions are powerful because number one, people don't handle stress well. People tend to speak without thinking. And, you know, it's often a good, if you're good at it, it's a great way to get the truth out. Okay, and then some attorneys are very good at it. So they can be very, very powerful tools. Now, depositions and interrogatories, unlike requests for admission and request for production, requests for admission narrow down the issue. Requests for production get you actual things. You know, they get you copies of the documents, copies of the banking statements, whatever. Okay, those are kind of bringing direct evidence. Okay, a deposition, there's a type of deposition called a deposition ducis tecum, which for all intents and purposes is a request for production. But you do a request for production to someone's part of the lawsuit. You do a deposition ducis tecum to someone outside of the lawsuit, a third party, and it literally is just a request for production. You almost never have to go and talk. You just have to give them the document. Ducis tecum means for the documents. Okay, so that's kind of like the request for production. But anyway, depositions, the talking time, and interrogatories aren't used for what's said in them. You don't depose someone, so you can go, though you can use it sometimes. Yeah. There's some use to it, but you don't go in general. Look, judge, look what they said. What you do is when you go to trial, you say, hey, isn't it true that you breached the contract? And then the witness on the stand at trial, the final part of the case says, no, I never breached a contract. And you go, oh, wait a second. Then remember when we took your deposition? When I asked you, did you breach the contract? At the deposition, you said, yes, you did because you felt you were wrong. Does that change your answer? And then they'll say, well, oh yeah, that's what it was. Or they'll say, no, it doesn't change the answer. And then the judge who has to determine the witness's credibility will take this inconsistency between what they said in discovery and what they're saying in front of the judge into account in determining credibility. You know, I had a trial recently where, you know, the defendant thought he was being very smart. And on every question we asked on interrogatories, don't know, don't remember, don't know, don't remember, don't know. Seriously, we deposed him. I don't remember, don't know. Like that was every answer. Request for production, don't have any, don't have any. We eventually get to trial. And every time he made an answer at trial to any question, we just said, well, why did you tell us at the deposition? You don't know, you don't remember. You remember now? Why do you remember? Were you on drugs then? That's a fair question. Because you always ask that, are you on drugs at the deposition? And use it to impeach. At the end of the day, the judge found he had no credibility and believed our side of the story. So these are used to impeach the other side. Now that's the purpose of these tools. And they're also used to get documents and narrow the issues, but it's all the same thing. It's to try to get all the facts out. That way you can present all the facts to the court, and then the court can interpret the facts to give you a ruling. Does that make sense? Okay, now discovery can take months and can be very expensive, or it can be very quick and be very cheap, depending on the individual facts of the case. After the fact finding is complete, foreclosure cases can go to trial. Okay, any case can go to trial. But foreclosure cases, in most cases, typically don't go straight to trial. Okay, a trial is the formal judicial examination of evidence and the determination of legal claims in an adversary proceeding. Okay, this is the part where the judge and/or judge and jury sit and decide the facts and the application of the law. It's an adversary proceeding. It's dissimilar, but not that dissimilar to what you see on TV. It's like what you see on TV, but a lot less dramatic. Okay, You get up, you do your opening, you present your witnesses, you present your evidence, you argue, blah, blah, blah. That's a trial. And then the judge hopefully makes a decision, or the jury, and you move on, okay? However, there's another type of motion, kind of like the motion to dismiss, but in this case, it's called a motion for summary judgment. And what a motion for summary judgment is, you're not saying the case pleading is defective. You're saying, look, now that we develop these facts, there's no more facts in dispute. So you, the judge, without the necessity of a trial to determine the facts, can simply apply the law and give us an answer. So what you do is you take, in a foreclosure case, for example, you take a sworn copy of the banking records, the servicing records from the loan. You take maybe an admission that they didn't repay it. They stopped paying on a certain date, whatever it is. And you put it all forth and say, look, Your Honor, there's no question what happened. And you'd be surprised, a lot of times the parties kind of agree what the facts are. They just disagree as to what should happen because of it. And those sort of things are best decided at a summary hearing, by summary procedure. Okay. You go before the court, in this case, having presented your affidavit saying, look, Your Honor, there's no dispute. There's no question of material facts. We all agree what happened. Based on this law that we're suing on, foreclosure, can we get a ruling saying they breached the note and they have to repay it? If not, the property gets sold. And in foreclosure, most of the time, the answer is going to be yes. Unless they raise, well, wait a second, yeah, they just did all that, but we had all these great affirmative defenses, like standing, da-da-da. There's still questions about our defenses. Therefore, we have to keep going. The only way you can win at summary judgment is if there's no dispute as to the facts. That's material. Not like I don't agree. It's got to be a material dispute. And it's clear that one side or the other is entitled to win as a matter of law. And oftentimes the defense will bring a summary judgment saying, look, all the facts are out. They can't win. The law's on our side. And this is just a simplified way for the court to avoid the time and necessity of a trial, which are very time consuming, and just give a decision because there's really no reason to air out additional evidence. There's no credibility to determine. If the judge has to start looking at weighing evidence, do I believe this one? Do I believe? Then summary judgment's not appropriate. It's only when the facts are crystallized and there's no reasonable question to them, and all that's left is applying the law. And that goes to summary judgment. And when you win there, you win the case, just like any other case. It's like winning a trial, if you can win there. Most of the time, it's like winning a trial, if you can win there. And most foreclosure cases, for obvious reasons, finish at summary judgment. Okay, and I say for obvious reasons. Does anyone not understand what those obvious reasons are? Because I'm happy to explain. I mean, I'm curious. Okay. So basically, in summary judgment, a judgment is granted on the claim or defense that there's no genuine issue of material fact on which part the person asking for it is entitled to win the case, or part of the case. Sometimes you do a partial summary judgment. You win on one issue, but don't go to trial on the next, as a matter of law. The court considers the contents of the pleadings, the complaint, the answer, the motions, additional evidence that was found in discovery to determine whether or not there's a material issue of fact, rather, or just law. It allows for speedy disposition. And another important part about summary judgment is, oftentimes you can get summary judgment on part of the issue, but then only have to go to trial on the other. So for example, in that trespass case I was talking about earlier, we got summary judgment that the person did the trespass, but we still have to go to trial on damage. When we go to trial, we don't have to talk about the trespass. That part's done. We just talk about how much the other guy owes us. Okay, so that's understanding of it. Now, any questions on summary judgment? Okay, very important concept. Most likely, a lot of the cases you guys will be involved in as real estate developers will be resolved at summary judgment. Of interesting note, okay, this first paragraph here, a judgment granted on a claim, blah, blah, blah. The Florida standard for summary judgment is stronger, higher, harder than the federal standard. Okay, in federal court, it's easier to get a summary judgment than it is in Florida court. Okay, and it looks like, because in Florida court, there can be no genuine issue of material fact. In federal court, there can be some general issues of fact, but if the judge thinks they don't really matter that much, the judge can still make a ruling on summary judgment. Just, it's still really hard to get, but it's lower and easier than Florida. It looks like next month, Florida is going to be going to the federal standard. Partly because the standard is actually in real life a little too hard. So most judges just kind of go to the federal standard anyway, so they might as well make law in that reality. And also because we have massive, massive case backload and judge shortage, and it's a way to move more cases. They're not admitting that part, but the federal standard is where most states are now anyway, making it a little easier to get summary judgment. So realistically, when you guys have your masters, you're out there developing, most of the cases and your types of cases, which is why I spend so much time on summary judgment, are going to be resolved by summary judgment. Okay, so just understand this little part. I put here the standard here on the first paragraph. For your test, that's what it is, but most likely by the time you graduate, it'll be a little different than that. Again, the law changes constantly. Then after that happens, as part of your judgment, whether it's from trial or whether it's from and this isn't a foreclosure, whether it's from trial or from summary judgment, the judge orders a judicial sale of property. And now under the law, the property is supposed to be sold within 20 to 35 days at a clerk's auction. It usually takes 45 to 60 in real life because they're also. Now during this time, the borrower no longer has the right to reinstate, meaning after the judgment, they can't go and pay what they owe back and start working on the loan again now that a judgment's in place. But they still have the right to redeem. And what that means is they have the right to still pay off the loan, the judgment amount now, and stay in the house and not have it sold. Okay, so a reinstatement is where you pay all the back owed money. A redemption is where you pay off the whole thing. Up until the foreclosure sale, the borrower can still pay off the whole thing and save the property. And that happens a lot, usually because they sell it. Okay? Now, when I say, we'll get to it, I guess, notice of sale is published in the newspaper, the Daily Business Review here in Broward, for 2 consecutive weeks, at least the end of it being at least 5 days before the sale. Anyone can bid at the sale. Okay, grossly inadequate bids can be set aside, but it's pretty rare. Okay, so in other words, if there's no like realistic bids, but someone wins like $1 million property for $5 grand, it can be set aside, but it's got to be pretty extreme like that. And then we'll talk later about a deficiency judgment. Now, it used to be literally you go down to the courthouse, the clerk would come out with a stack, and there would be bidders there, and anyone could show up. It was literally in the lobby of the courthouse, like standing in the lobby. And it's like an auction. Okay, I got this first property, 123 Main Street. Anyone want to bid? 100,000 to you. Okay, 105, 120, 320, just like that. Raising, you can if you can see me, raising your hand and whatnot. Okay, the bank, the judgment holder, the lender who won, have what's called a credit bid in the amount of the judgment. So if Nick gets the judgment as a lender for $200,000, he can, without spending any more money out of his pocket, bid up to $200,000 at that sale. And if no one outbids him up to his credit bid, his judgment amount, then Nick gets the property. So it's not always the lender that gets your property. It's only the lender if no one outbids more than the judgment amount. If someone does bid more than the judgment amount, let's say that for the 200,000 property, and someone bids more than that, say bid 300,000, Nick gets his 200 grand, he's happy, he goes home. And the other 100 grand is there for any junior lien holders, like maybe there's a second mortgage for 50 that gets part of it. And if there is no junior lien holders, it goes back to the former property owner. So if you have a small mortgage and you get foreclosed and it gets sold, you may get a big check from the sale after all the other liens are paid off. Okay, that still belongs to you. Again, remember, no punishment in contract. Okay, just making people whole. I'm going to stop here. Does anyone have any questions?
I had
yes.
a quick question, but it was something that you were talking about before. When you talked
No,
about
please, because I have an announcement too.
when you discussed a motion for more time to respond, you kind of insinuated that you couldn't do that more than once. Is that possible?
I mean, you can do a motion for extension of time to everything throughout. Yeah, I need, and sometimes you do, like, you gave me 30 days to produce documents. I need more time. Like, we have to get them from storage. So give me 30 extra days. Usually the attorneys just agree. Okay, the thing with the motions for extension is it can take weeks to get a hearing because the courts are backed up. So if someone comes and I file a complaint and they wait till day 20, I get, a call from the other attorney, which, hopefully they have some courtesy, or they file a motion for extension asking for another 30 days. I'm going to say, yes, go for it. Let's enter an agreed order. Take your 30 days. It's fine, because by the time I got to court, spent more of my client's money, the court's going to give him 5 or 10 more days, no matter what. It's going to be 45 days. So it's quicker to just give him the time.
Gotcha.
And you can ask for more time, but at some point, the judge is going to get pissed.
Right.
Okay. I mean, literally at some point, like, you ask for 30, now you want another 20, you have a good reason. And if you have a good reason, the judge may give it. If you don't, you can get sanctioned. You say, well, it's too late. Now you can't answer.
Okay.
I mean, it has to be pretty bad. Now in appellate court, you have 30 days typically to respond, but you have extensions up to another 120 days as a matter of right. So like on this appeal I just did, my 30 days, no way. So right off the back, I said, look, I need another 60 days. Okay, and then I got to that, I was kind of busy with something else. I'm like, I need another 45. So, and then I filed. But it was within the 120 extra days, so I didn't have to do the court dates. I just filed a notice I wanted to do extra time. So it's very normal because everyone's busy, to need more time. Also in foreclosure cases, sometimes it's just a delay tactic. So yeah, you can, but only to a point.
Gotcha.
Only to a point. That answer your question?
Yeah, that's
Excellent. Any other questions?
Professor Singer,
Yes.
are you going to post the PowerPoints from this class and the previous class? Because I don't.
Well, the
know.
previous classes are posted, all of them.
Where? I don't know where they are.
Are you sure?
They're not posted.
I thought they were. So sorry. I will check.
I just think last week's wasn't posted.
I will check. I thought it was. I checked off a little box. It will be. The answer is yes, I will. And I'll also post this one, but I need to split it. So I didn't know exactly where we were going to end. So I can post this week's and next week. Because this same PowerPoint has next week's on it too. But yes, I will by Monday.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll check on this. Are any other weeks missing?
No, just previous.
And all the Zoom recordings are up, right?
The Zoom recordings are up.
Okay. So yes, I will, happily. And yes, every week I will. But if I don't, then ask me, because I didn't know this other one wasn't up. I thought it was. Okay. Also, by the end of the night Monday, I will have, and the reason why I'm even hemming and hawing is I have a trial on Monday. I will have your extra credit assignment up on Canvas. I will email through Canvas everyone in those posts, everyone I do, when it's there. I'll email it to everyone. Okay. And again, that's purely optional. Any questions? Okay, everyone except for Max, have a great day. Max, I just need to get you for one more minute. And thank you. We'll see you next week.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Max, I wanted to ask you about what you direct messaged me about. We can do it verbally, or I can chat with you if you feel more comfortable.
Yeah, so I was lucky enough to ask some other people who got it like a couple days before me, and I had similar things to them. Are you getting the Johnson from?
Yeah, I'm getting the Johnson & Johnson on Thursday, so I was curious about your experience.
Yeah. So what happened to me, which also happened to other people, so it was over after 3 days. Just a little bit of tiredness after that. I got it about hits after like 8 hours from when you get it.
Mm-hmm.
You get fever, headache, chills. Uh, it's not good. Just go to sleep. Just Tylenol. All I did was Tylenol. Just Tylenol. Tylenol and water. Next day, fever was there, but a little bit better. Everything else was gone. Just the headache, tiredness, and improving fever and sore arm. Then third day was fever gone, headache and tiredness.
And had you had COVID? If you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but had you had COVID before the vaccine?
I'm still quarantining since last March 17th.
Oh, so you haven't.
This is my first time to campus too.
Oh, okay.
Wow, beautiful campus, ghost town.
All right, cool. Okay. Yeah, I was curious because I got mine coming. You know, I mean, you hear so many things, you know. Everyone, you know, the hard part is everyone has a different experience.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Everyone has
Literally.
experience. I did happen to have a similar experience to 2 other people. So I'm glad that they warned me because it actually came in handy.
I
Otherwise,
mean, how bad was the first night? You just felt like you had a flu?
yeah.
What?
First night was bad.
Like you had the flu?
Not the flu, just fever, chills, headache. The second day was dizzy from walking just to the kitchen.
Wow.
So don't. I didn't schedule. I scheduled lightly for that day on the computer.
Yeah, I guess so. I kind of scheduled the day off just in case, but that's good to know. But that same day was fine.
The
for a
same
while.
day it was for 8 hours. I got it at 11 a.m. I went to the office in Flagler. I made it home 5 o'clock. I noticed a headache starting at like 7 p.m. So that was already 7 hours later. And
I got a
then
hearing that afternoon.
everything hit at like 9 p.m. So it took about 8 hours.
And that was the same as your friend?
Yeah, it took 9 hours for them.
Gotcha. And then it was just one night and that was it, huh?
Yeah, bad night. And the fever's gone. It was 101 the night of, and then it was 100. Then it was 9. It went.
Gotcha. And did they warn you about it or no?
No, they don't warn you. They do the shot. You sit in a chair in observation room for 15 to 30 minutes, and then you go home. That's
Huh.
it.
You know, my mother-in-law got her second shot and had a really bad day the next day, and then she was fine. But that was obviously not Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, I'm noticing. I'm hearing people are getting. Some people, not everyone, are getting no symptoms from the first shot, but then they are getting it from the second one.
Yeah, you're kind of the first person I heard with a reaction to the Johnson & Johnson. But then again, you know, who the hell knows? Right?
Everyone. At least it for me and for the other 2 people, it was over after 3 days.
No, that's good. No, I waited, frankly, until I could find the Johnson & Johnson because a bunch of people, some doctors and everything said that's the best one, the least likely to have side effects or bad side effects. You know, I guess that no one knows, it's all opinion, but okay, I'm glad you're okay. I appreciate you sharing your experience.
Yeah, this morning might also be some motion sickness left from yesterday's helicopter, so that might also be it.
Helicopter, nice.
So I'm trying to figure it out. That might be from yesterday, but yesterday I was good enough to go up, so I was able to, you know, do stuff again. Not tired.
When you got it on Thursday?
I got it on Monday.
Monday. Oh wow. So it took you all the way to the weekend.
Thursday, normal again.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and the soreness, it's gone today. Yesterday it was still hard to put my arm up, but it's after 3 days. It's just pretty much.
Gotcha. No, I got it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get sore from the flu shot, so I'm expecting that.
Oh.
All right, cool, man. I really appreciate the info.
Oh yeah. Campus is amazing. Wow.
Oh, you're on, which campus are you at?
Nova, the Davie one. It was my
Oh.
first. It was just wow.
Should have seen it 20 years ago when I went here. 20 odd years ago, it was nothing here. These are all fields. Now it's like gorgeous.
Oh wow.
I agree. Yeah, it's grown so much. You have no idea.
Mhm.
All right, awesome. Hey, look, thanks, man. Feel better. Rest up.
Have a nice weekend.
Take care. Bye-bye.